Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into the quiet glow of a Dorset bone button workshop, where dusk itself becomes your workbench companion. You feel that aged oak beneath your palms, smooth valleys worn by generations of craftsmen. A sheep's distant bleat floats through your open window, lonesome as a forgotten nursery rhyme. Those bone fragments whisper secrets beside the oil lamp, waiting for blades to wake them. Now, let's be honest. If I told you button carving was thrilling, you'd bolt faster than a spooked hare. But here's the twist. This exact craft kept medieval England clothed. Knights literally held their pants up with discs like these. True story. Your fingers graze a bovine shard, cold as last December's church floor. Historians still argue whether English button makers hid love notes in hollowed shanks during the Tudor era romantic rebellion against their grisly medium. The workbench holds you like an old friend who knows every one of your blisters. That oil lamp throws wobbling shadows, dancing skeletons mocking your soon-to-be creations. You breathe in linseed oil, aged timber, the faintest ghost of lamb stew from supper. Evening dew creeps through the window, kissing your neck like a shy child. Hold still. Some say bone retains the donor creature's final heartbeat. Listen close enough, and you'll hear it. Wild claim, sure, but your thumb pauses mid-stroke, just in case. Your smallest chisel lies ready, its edge gleaming like a promise. That whetstone waits too eager to sing against steel once more. Outside, a blackbird trills 3 notes, abandoned mid-song. They'll sell your buttons tomorrow in Shaftesbury Market for pennies, never knowing the hours humming in their curves. Funny how something touching noblemen's waistcoats starts here, in this dusty room smelling of tallow and toil. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your location and local time below. Let's see how far this little workshop stretches tonight. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Dusk sinks deeper, blue shadows pooling like spilled ink around your boots. The sheep bleats again, closer this time, annoyed you're ignoring her twilight serenade. You arrange bone scraps, palming their porous edges, reading them like blind braille. One curved piece clicks against another, an accidental knock, almost polite. Nearby, your lamp's flame shivers, though no draft stirs the air. Odd, this house supposedly shelters the ghost of a mute button polisher. They say he checks tools are properly cleaned at midnight. You smirk, but your gaze flicks to the door, latch regardless. Rosemary spikes rustle on your sill, fresh picked this afternoon. Their piney sharpness cuts through the workshop's musk, clearing your head for precision work. Your whetstone feels heavier tonight, or maybe your arms wearier than usual. 3 slow circles, that blade glides across stone, a raspy purr echoing off limestone walls. Did you know 13th century button artisans were exempt from military service? England needed its trouser securers more than swordsmen, seriously. Bone, dust already powders your sleeve pale as winter's first frost. That linen pouch gapes open, half full, with tomorrow's hopeful blanks. Your thumb finds a promising fragment, ivory-toned. No cracks spiderwebbing its surface. Perfect. You press it flat, anchoring with your left palm, a ritual older than your grandfather's pocket watch. Steel meets bone. The first incision begins as a protest, then yields like soft chalk. A pale curl spirals free, floating downward slower than logic allows. You blow, watching dust, motes twirl, then vanish into shadow. Nearby, the oil lamp gurgles, thirsty for another refill soon. Not yet. The night's too young, too quiet for such practical thoughts. Your wrist rotates, knuckles brushing rough wood grain, feeling every splinter's whispered hello. That Dorset wind stirs outside, sniffing at your window like a curious hound. It carries peat smoke, distant chimney sweeps, and something earthier, fox perhaps, or badger. No hoofbeats tonight. Roads are mud-sucked graves for carriage wheels after yesterday's downpour. Good silence suits button-making. Lets you hear the bone's subtlest protests under the blade. Once, a traveling merchant claimed buttons, carved during thunderstorms, absorbed lightning, shocking wearers during future tempests. You doubt it, but your glance still strays to the cloudy sky. Lamplight wobbles, your shadow lunges across the wall, a momentary giant. The blade's edge winks, mocking your momentary fright. Focus, this femur shard once bore a cow's entire weight, now reduced to thumb-sized potential. Funny how life downgrades things, heroic bone to humble fastener. Your blade takes another whispering bite, shaping what some dandy will someday lose to a careless maid's scrubbing board. Your palm sweats, the chisel handle drinking it greedily. That rosemary sense, fading defeated by hotter smells, burnt wick, hot metal, your own tired breath. Time to crack the window wider, invite night's cool tongue inside. A moth flutters in, immediately drawn to your lamp's lethal glow. Idiot. You shoo it toward safety, annoyed by your own softness. Buttons don't need mercy, yet here you are playing savior to bugs. The bone yields another curl, this one tighter, a snail's perfect twin. You're getting somewhere, maybe 6 buttons tonight, if the lamp lasts, if your eyes don't betray you. Blinks grow longer, each darkness a tiny vacation. Downstairs, the hearth coughs, its last embers probably dying unsupervised. Let them, you've got bone to murder. Or, as your aunt preferred, liberate from bovine mundanity. One of your candle stubs sits ready, wick untrimmed, guaranteed to smoke later. You strike a match, sulfur punch, piercing the room's gentler odors. New flame joins old twin fires, now painting twin shadows. Your hands look like a 4-handed monster on the wall. Creepy, but useful. Double light means fewer mistakes. Fewer stabs into throbbing fingertips, always a bonus. Your whetstone croons again, 3 sharpening strokes, ritualistic as church bells. Steel's edge could split moonlight now. You test it on a fingernail, satisfied. Bone awaits, patient as gravestones. Outside, an owl hoots, the mouse community's least favorite lullaby. You wonder if it's the same owl that plagued old man Higgins' chickens last spring. Probably vengeance flies on silent wings around here. The workbench creaks. Same spot as always, northwest leg, protesting its burden. You shift weight, avoiding the whine it's too late for symphonies. Button 1 starts taking shape, raw disc still fuzzy as a duckling's feather. Tomorrow, sanding will smooth it, but tonight it's all rough promise. Like you at 18, all eagerness, no polish. A spider descends from the rafters, dangling on silk above your lamp. Brave or suicidal, flirting with that heat, you watch it retreat, wisdom overriding curiosity, a lesson most humans never learn. The clock downstairs chimes, dusty bongs vibrating through floorboards. 10, 11. Does it matter? Time's a river you're wading through. Bone buttons your stepping stones. Your blade hesitates. Just a breath over tomorrow's button. What if, instead of smooth, you carved tiny ridges like tree rings or fingerprints? Too fancy, market prefers plain, but the urge whispers anyway. Rebellious hands make hungry mouths, as mother always said, yet your thumb traces imaginary patterns. Maybe next time, when coin's less tight, you'll risk artistry. Wind sneaks under the door, teasing your ankles fresh and damp. Rain coming. Smells like it. Chalk downs drinking deep tonight. Better finish this button before humidity swells the bone, ruining your cuts. You work faster, scooping out the center, all tip gentle as a lover's pinch. The lantern flame dips, starved for oil, its light now amber and moody. Shadows thicken in room corners, breathing deeper, stretching closer. That mute button polisher's ghost feels suddenly plausible, standing right behind you breathless. You don't turn, don't dare confirm, keep carving, until the lamplight steadies. Imagination, just imagination, probably. Thread spools glint in their willow basket, future soldiers ready to sew. Linen, hemp, even silk for lordly orders, though none grace your bench tonight. Common threads for common buttons, rough hands making smooth things. Your finger rubs a spool's edge, flax fibers snagging on calluses, familiar as your own heartbeat. Blade meets whetstone again, a sharper song now, steel's hunger rising. Bone dust coats your fingertips, dry chalk scent mixing with lamp smoke. One more button, just one, then sleep. The owl agrees, hooting approval from the yew tree. Dorset night holds its breath, watching your stubborn hands cheat darkness, one ivory chip at a time. The wick's honeyed glow finds those ivory curves waiting in their linen pouch, patient as nesting doves. You unknot the drawstring, that same frayed blue cord from last harvest's grain sack. Bone discs tumble out, a dozen pale moons against the workbench's oak. Each one remembers the shin of a Dorset cow, but that's history for you. 18th century, Britain wore bone buttons like a second skin, fashion's hunger, turned even stew leftovers into currency. Your thumb finds tomorrow's first candidate, still rough from the saw pit. No two buttons start alike. One flakes like stale biscuit, another's as stubborn as a vicar's tithe. This one's warm, even hours after leaving the butcher's warming shed, which seems unfair when your own fingers feel like icicles. There's a joke somewhere about dead cows being better radiators than your cottage hearth. Forget July. You trade next summer's cider for a hot brick right now. Lamplight licks the milky surface, exposing hairline cracks. Fishers hide better than a fox down a badger hole, sneaky little devils. Your callus taps the worst offender, an unspoken negotiation. Maybe it'll file smooth. Maybe it'll shatter halfway through and make you swear into your tea. High stakes indeed. Now the measuring string, waxed twine blackened by soot marks. 17 rotations for Miss Pettigrew's waistcoat. 18 for the cobbler's lost mittens order. You loop it around the edge. No cheating, nudging the bone along the bench. Did you know some Portsmouth sailors swore bone buttons pulled drowned men downward? Superstition talks louder than sense at low tide. The linen pouch gapes, still holding 3 raw blanks. These are your stubborn students, the ones needing extra lessons. Tiny rakes of the file coax out their worst impulses, overeager corners, pockmarks whispering of old bovine leg injuries. You mute each flaw stroke by apologetic stroke. Who knew dead cows made such good button donors? A yawn shudders through your jaw, lamplight wobbles in sympathy. Your elbow nudges the mortar, still gritty from this morning's rosemary grinding. Funny herb rosemary. Tudor ladies tucked sprigs in sweetheart buttons, believing love lingered in the scent. Skepticism feels wise, but you caught yourself sniffing that femur last Tuesday. Bone dust powders your cuff pale as stolen chalk. You blow it sideways, watching motes swarm toward the cold teapot. Some will cling there, tomorrow's brew holding today's labor. Waste, not even nostalgia season's silt. The pouch lies empty now, its children half adopted by the felt pad. 11 buttons to be. 12, if that chipped fellow cooperates, glow like teeth in the gloom. Historians still argue whether Dorset's bone mills hired orphan girls or just underpaid wives. Hard to imagine any hands as wrinkled as yours, even in memory. One disc rolls, testing gravity's loyalty. You block it with a knuckle, 2 generations of workshop grime, deepening your lifeline. Button making builds its own armor calluses, thick as boot soles. Across the village, green Mrs. Higgins complains her thimble feels heavy after darning socks. Try resting beauty from butcher scraps, ma'am, then we'll chat about burdens. Your smallest chisel weights, honed sharp this dawn, though the sharpening stone's song still rings in your ears. Tomorrow's work needs a surgeon's bite, not hacksaw teeth. The blade's edge glints, playing a flirtatious game with lamplight. Sometime around Waterloo, dockworkers banned buttons from taverns. Too many smashed knuckles in drunken brawls. cutlery wasn't the only thing getting pointy. Moist breath fogs the bone just for a blink. Porosity matters. Carve too deep, and your button weeps marrow in rainy weather. Learned that the bitter way with the vicar's April commission. Church donations shouldn't leave rusty stains on altar vestments, though forgiveness is rather the point, isn't it? Now, the thumb test. Pads glide over what might become a lily motif, or simple concentric rings, depending on how stubborn the grain proves. Bone whispers under pressure, creaks like a stair, lifting its heel off a nail. That sound halfway between protest and surrender. In the British Museum, there's a button chewed by Princess Charlotte's spaniel. Royalty's dogs bite faster than their tailors could stitch. Somewhere beyond your cottage, hoofbeats rattle the bridge mail coach racing moonrise. Leather straps strain frozen breath, plumes behind the horses. Any cargo urgent enough to outrun December deserves its hurry. You count heartbeats until silence wins again. 2 of your candidate discs wobble, vibrations trembling up from the floorboards. Tomorrow's waistcoat floats behind your eyelids. Brass fittings, navy serge, those 12 little soldiers anchoring fabric to flesh. 17 steps before each buttonhole gets its due, each stitch a pact against the cold. Funny how human skin trusts dead bone to keep it decent. Lamplight dims, the reservoir's oil level sinking toward the brim, wicks veiled in its own sweat, blackened threads coiling like burnt poetry. Ever notice how tiny flames have tempers? This one licks the glass, impatient for more air, more life, more anything. You nudge the lantern arm, letting gold pools spill over the most promising disc. Warm work for a cold night. Your thumb traces the edge one last time, still rough, still silent, still promising. Bone holds yesterday's meadow in its curves, thistle and clover locked under ivory. They never teach you that part, how a blade quiets a whole field's history. The whetstone waits, its gray face thirsty for friction. Your smallest chisel kisses the grindstone. 3 slow circles sing into the dusk. Steel meets quartz notes, vibrating through your elbow's marrow. This stone came from the old quarry near Abbotsbury. Medieval blacksmiths once swore its grit held ground dragon teeth. You've yet to find scales in the slurry. Fresh rosemary snaps under your fingernails, stolen from the windowsill pot. Each scrape releases pine-sharp ghosts, scent like a green blade slicing fog. Tudor herb wives claimed rosemary's strengthened memory. Yet you forgot your own whetstone last Tuesday. Whoops. The blade's edge gleams, now patient, now hungry. Contrary as Aunt Marjorie at Lent. 1 drop of linseed oil amber landing on stone. The puddle spreads, astonished, prophet foreseeing miracles in the dust. Your wrist pivots, blade flat against quartz gentle as turning a prayer book. Odd how quiet sharpness happens. No blade shrieks, no sparks erupt, just patient abrasion wearing down resistance. 19th century cutlers debated sandstone versus slate for honing, their pamphlets drier than your biscuit tin left open. Rosemary needles drift onto the workbench, rebel greenery, fleeing your abuse. You'll sweep them into tomorrow's kindling, bitter smoke, clinging to the flue. 3 more figure-8 passes, chisel edge, nipping at lamplight. Whetstone mud puddles, gray, with microscopic steel witnesses. That East India Company shipwreck rumor. Salvagers supposedly found bone buttons intact after 2 centuries submerged. Saltwater preserves what fools abandon. The blade's bevel winks, now mirror bright, now thirsty for bone. You drag thumb pad sideways, testing for catches, smooth as butter left on the July sill. Historians still argue whether Roman soldiers oiled blades with olive oil or sheep fat. Either way, yours smells nicer thanks to the rosemary intrusion. Outside, the wind plucks at loose roof tiles. Each gust brings the sea's distant muttering, Portsmouth's Navy sailors swapping curses over gin. Your knife handle remembers your grip, wood polished by salt, sweat, 3 generations of palm oil, that chip near the ferrule. Your grandfather meeting a stubborn boar's femur and losing. Steam rises as you rinse the whetstone water hissing into the tin basin. Your reflection wobbles, gullied brow, eyes crinkled against bone dust. Not the face your mother fretted over, but it pays the tithe. Raw knuckles knead your right temple, pressing away the hour's fatigue. 3 decades of sharpening, 3 decades of listening to stone whisper against steel. A fragment lodges under your thumbnail, obsidian dark, maybe Welsh slate, smuggled in during the grain shortage. You suck grit from skin, crunch softly between molars. Mother called it peasant quartz, said only farmers tasted their tools. But Dorset soil flavors everything, even stubbornness. Rosemary's ghost lingers, sharp and sermonizing. Flames shudder in the lamp chimney, dancing with the oil's tremors. Your fingers curl around chisel and whetstone, both now warm, both ready to shape tomorrow's button. Sleep hums through the room, but your blade still thrums with luminous intent. The knife's edge hovers a tremble above bleached bone. Your palm cradles the femur chunk, cooling since dawn's boil. You lean into the first cut ivory, surrendering with a sigh. A pale curl springs loose, wisp thin, spiraling toward the oil lamp's halo. Viking craftsmen buried button blanks with their dead as payment for Valhalla's tailors. You doubt the ferryman accepts partial wages. Bone dust powders your knuckles, ghost pollen promising resurrection as buttons. Some Edwardian dandy will wear this on his waistcoat, never guessing it grazed a Dorset ram's flank last spring. The blade whispers through calcium steady as monks copying psalms. Historians still argue whether Saxon buttons had 2 holes or 4. Present specimens suggest the smiths were indecisive drunks. Your thumb catches the fresh edge, testing resistance. Smooth, if marrowless bone can be called smooth. Last week's blisters object friction rhymes blooming under bandages. A drop of sweat carves a path down your wrist, saline, invading ivory dust. 16th century Munich hospitals recycled plague bones into button stock, morbid thrift, haunting every stitch. The coil spirals tighter, molten snail shell in moon milk. You blow across the workbench, bone snow fleeing into shadow. Dust motes rise, abandoned constellations dancing in lamplight before vanishing. You've heard rumored whispers, mad Victorian collectors swallowing bone buttons to absorb craftsmanship. The Royal Society never published that paper for obvious reasons. Steel finds a knot in the femur, denser growth from old fracture. The knife hushes, then grumbles, stalling like a balky mule. 3 stubborn passes breach the stubborn calcium, your shoulder burning protest. Wars have been fought over lesser inconveniences. Renaissance cutlers soaked bone in vinegar overnight, rendered it cheese soft for carving. Cheapskates still argue it dulls blades faster than merit. Another exhale bone confetti flees the incision line. The curls gather, translucent honeysuckle petals cast in ivory. You'll save these shavings, stir them into sealing wax come winter. French court tailors once padded coat shoulders with bone dust. Victims complained of phantom knuckle aches. Fashion demands cruel sacrifices. Your fingernail traces the groove, checking depth. Too shallow button won't cup the thread. Too deep, fragile crown may fracture come sewing time. Goldilocks grumbled thusly, while Ruffle-stirring bearskin chairs. You adjust grip, pivoting the blade's belly into cut. Mother taught you this angle 40 winters back, her rheumatic fingers steady as church pillars. Cool air slips through the window, teasing your candle flame sideways. Shadows leap your carving morphs into centipede legs, tiger stripes, then obedient ivory again. A distant hedgehog sniffles through dry leaves, judging your progress through the dark. A Dorset wind rises, carrying the tidal clock of Chesil Beach. Some nights, the buttons whisper back, awaiting their exodus into daylight. The 4th coil springs free, puckered as a sailor's ear after boxing week. You press it flat against the oilcloth, temporary grave for unborn buttons. Blowing dust becomes ritual now, clearing the path for each incision's pilgrimage. Your lungs ache, salted by microscopic bone. 17th century gravediggers hawked femurs as premium button stock market forces trump decency. Always have, always will. Lamplight winks off steel, still sharp despite marrow's grudging resistance. Another curve surrenders, this one longer, tattooed, with tiny pores where blood once traveled. You imagine the ram bounding through Windham's field, spring grass shining between cloven hooves. Butcher's knife ended that journey, your blade now midwifes the second act. Dust motes swarm drunk on your exhalations. You swear one fragment hovers, defiant, before diving into the inkwell. Future scholars might find it fossilized by walnut stain proof of your midnight labor. The knife twitches, itching for the next cut, the next rebellion against crude matter. By the 10th spiral, your thumbnail finds nirvana. Depths correct, slope singing of tensile resilience, fork tines would approve. You carve 3 more before the candle gags on wax sediment. Blowing extinction fails. Light collapses into oily smoke. Minor apocalypse aside, 27 spirals now colonize the workbench. Moonlight commandeers your workshop, blue surgical glow over raw discs. Bone becomes pearl, ivory becomes ghost, your hands haunted by productive purpose. Floorboards creak, not your weight, settling after decades of bearing witness. Some bones take longer to rest than others. A draft slithers through the window crack, teasing your lamp's flame into frenzied shadows. Unfinished buttons arrayed before you flicker, appearing, disappearing like Dover cliffs in coastal fog. You steady the glass chimney with oil-slick fingers, halting the light's nervous dance for 3 steady breaths. That forgotten mug of tea winks copper from the bench's edge, condensation, wept across oak grain into a miniature floodplain. 17th century navies requisitioned bone buttons by the thousands, each one boiled twice to survive salted winds. You bet Admiralty clerks never tasted the dust. The wind shifts, smuggling peat smoke and distant cow bells into your workshop. Lamplight stretches sideways, revealing a hairline crack in your 5th button's edge. Your sigh dislodges a dust ghost from the workbench. It floats, hesitates, settles in your tea. Victorian Nightsole men supposedly traded button shavings for penny levies, fertilizer blended with ambition. You've yet to spot rainbows in Wyndham's turnips. Another gust, the flame ducks, casting your knife's shadow monstrous across the wall. Your left pinky brushes the mug's curved handle, cold as a church key in December. You recall midsummer, same cup, overflowing, with chamomile steam curling like that ram's horns before slaughter. Half-orange peel still floats inside, wrinkled expeditionist, mapping bitter latitudes. Historians still argue whether Regency dandies prioritized sheep bone over stag horn for waistcoat buttons. Judging by tailoring bills, they prioritized creditors' patience. The draft retreats your lamp, exhales a stable glow over the wounded button. Your smallest drill bit whispers against the flaw, smoothing the fracture into submission. Bone submits easier than dignity. You've learned this twice on market days, when Betty Clark critiques your stitch eyes. Flecks of ivory powder freckle the tea's surface, unofficial cream for abandoned beverages. They say Georgian milkmaids wore button charms against souring curds. Superstition clings, tighter than cat hair. Outside, a willow branch scribbles nonsense across your shuttered window. Lamplight flickers in response, Morse coding verdicts on your repair work. The tea mug trembles as though haunted by its own neglect. You dredge the orange peel with a chisel tip, watching syrup-dark droplets fall. Waterloo veterans turned button makers often doubled drill holes, military precision bleeding into civilian craft. No one asked privates about their war. Wind returns sneak thief, rifling through your bone shavings basket. Flaxen spirals rise, swan diving into darkness beyond the lamp's jurisdiction. Your eighth button rolls sideways, its crude edge catching light like a miniature ivory saw. You trap it mid-flight, fingertips, remembering the ram's coarse fleece the day the butcher came calling. Cold tea sloshes, mourning another disturbance, another interruption to its slow evaporation toward oblivion. King Louis's embroiderers allegedly strained bone dust through silk, wasting hours for finish softer than clergy vows. Midnight yawns, drafts lugging pond chill against your ankles. The repaired button now wears twin stitch holes bored perfect, parallel as carriage traces. Lamplight licks its surface, forgiving the afternoon's carelessness. Your knuckle bumps the mug, a half-moon of tannins stain your skin, temporary tattoo of neglect. Archaeologists found Elizabethan menders buried with their drill bits, companions for eternity's alterations. You'd rather keep your all among the living. The wind pauses, holding its breath as you lift the tea toward your lips. 5 years back, you drink it anyway, dust and despair be damned. Now you hesitate, eyeing the ivory flotilla marooned in lukewarm liquid. A chuckle escapes sharp as a mise-honed blade, startling the silence. That button scrap could sweeten a afterlife's brew if ferrymen take sugar. Shadows settle into their proper corners, lamplight reprieved from gymnastics. Your last 3 buttons await boring, patient as jurors. The mug resumes its watch, enamel cracked where glaze surrendered to frost. You dip the drill bit instead, quenching steel's thirst in cold tea. Someone in Flanders probably tried this bone buttons dissolving in trench brew between bombardments. Survival tastes stranger than orange peel. Dawn's first envoy arrives, frost feathers creeping beneath the door. The wind dies, its witness concluded, its testimony written in chaste dust patterns. Lamplight shrinks, a yellow puddle drowning in twilight. Your fingers find the mug's curve again, this time lifting it toward the window. A toast to the disappearing stars, to chilled tea, to buttons, surviving another night's scrutiny. Outside, the Dorset hills exhale mist, wrapping your workshop in woolen silence. The tea leaves constellations in the bottom, predicting nothing but tomorrow's labor. Frost still grips the window latch as dawn's blue light puddles around your boots, that same merciless chill from the butcher's doorstep. Your thumb finds the femur's polished curve, worn smooth as a river stone from these evening vigils. Meat hooks glittered that morning, dripping ruby constellations onto sawdust, while ribs surrendered to the cleaver. He wiped crimson hands on his apron, winked, and slid the bone into your basket like a smuggler trading contraband. Medieval butchers often donated femurs to guild carvers, pious gesture, or tax dodge. Historians still argue which. Shadows stretch long across your workbench, sharp as the blade that denuded this bone. You swear the thing remembers its first life, tensing against your chisel some days, yielding like warm wax others. Frostbite air had bitten your cheeks raw that morning. Breath hanging specters over Windham's market square. The butcher's laugh boomed, rattling pork haunches strung from rafters, echoing down to your basket. For steady hands, he'd said, the femur gleaming amidst turnips and wool-draped cheese. Tudor surgeons once sold carved saint femurs as gout cures, a quack's salvation for sixpence. Dr. Farnham's ledger listed 17 such miracles, all beneficiaries, now pushing daisies. Steam rises from your mug, new tea this time, chasing ghosts of that bone-chill dawn. The chisel prizes a pearly curl from the femur, coaxing it down into the shavings basket. You blink, suddenly smelling not bone dust, but salted pork, the butcher's knotty knuckles gripping his mallet. His forearms bore thin white scars, tally marks from a lifetime of rebellion, by blades and bone splinters. Regency recipes suggested boiling buttons in rosemary brine, same as hams, to preserve their character. You'd sooner sous-vice a tax collector. Lamplight flinches, drawing your eye to the femur's arc, graceful, despite its grim harvest. Wonder if the ram felt dignity in that last sprint across Windham's north pasture, hooves churning frost into diamonds. Probably just panic, muscles burning, before the bolt took it clean behind the ear. The butcher's hands moved swift, respectful, lynching the carcass before blood could sour the meat. Roman butchers trained for 3 years, learning to part beasts as carefully as scribes unrolling scrolls. His blade work lacked poetry, but never wasted an ounce. Shavings gather like snowfall around the bone's base, spiraling into drifts that whisper when you shift your boot. Your knife falters, gouging a shallow trench off-center. A curse hisses through your teeth, ugly sound in this fragile quiet. The bone forgives nothing, not haste, not regret. That winter morning, you'd nearly buckled under this femur's weight, walking home, pausing twice to swap basket arms. 18th century, button peddlers shouldered packs heavier than sin, trekking muddy ruts between manor houses. You picture them cursing smaller bones, hips and knees, singing hosannas at each toll gate. Chisel strokes steady again, finding rhythm in the bone's hidden grain. Memorize this, the way resistance fades when steel finds its destined path. Like that moment, the butcher wiped his brow, sweat mingling, with sheep blood nodding toward your basket. Better buttons than broth, he'd said, voice gruff, yet kindness gleamed beneath like a coin in gutter muck. Victorian anatomists paid grave robbers 2 shillings per intact femur, black market geometry, for lecture halls. College cellars must have rattled like ghastly wind chimes. Your tea cools, abandoned again, its steam replaced by bone dust, motes drifting lazy as pollen. That butcher never asked payment, though you left cheese wrapped in muslin each Michaelmas. His trade birthed your craft, carver to carcass, artist to abattoir. Winter light bleeds through the window now, staining your knuckles the same ruddy pink as fresh split mutton. Dawn advances, indifferent to bone, to button, to the slow unwinding of hours between blade and breath. Shadows retreat from your workbench, taking yesterday's failures with them. The femur yields another perfect curl, translucent as saints' fingernails in cathedral reliquaries. Soon it'll become 12 discs, each destined to clasp wool against English chill. No one thinks of the butcher then, just the button's cool kiss against their wrist. Saxon tanners believed femur dust warded off stitch witches, those spectral crones who unraveled seams by moonlight. Thread your needles right, and maybe superstition sticks. Wind sneaks under the door, scattering a fistful of shavings across the floorboards. You still letting memory dissipate like that morning's breath clouds over the butcher's stall. His cleaver hangs quiet now. His hooks bear your basket heavy with a gift that endures beyond flesh or fashion. The chisel rests, its edge silvered by dawn, while somewhere in Windham a new ram grazes, unknowing, unburdened by bone's second life. Cold seeps into your joints, same ache that plagued the butcher's knees after decades on stone floors. You rise, flushing tea dregs into the slop pail, watching orange peels swirl like miniature life rafts. That femur sits stripped, ready, no longer a relic of slaughter, but a promise of order. 12 discs, 12 keepers of warmth against Dorset's indifference. Lamplight fades, ushered out by the sun's stern glare. Tools gleam washed clean of ivory dust, patient for night's return. The femur's remains nest in oilcloth, hushed content. Meat may nourish the body, but bone outlives us all, silent witness to generations of hunger and craft. Your palm smooths the workbench's grooves, finding the ghost shape of that first gift femur. Philosophers natter about legacy, art, immortality. You've got shavings in your boots, and tomorrow's buttons whispering promises only bone can keep. Lamplight licks the bone disc cradled in your palm, its edge still ragged, eager for the knife's caress. Your knuckle presses into the raw curve, measuring thickness like a baker testing dough. Calluses catch on microscopic ridges, proof of 7 evenings spent coaxing shape from stubborn calcium. Historians still argue whether medieval button makers used thumbnail gauges or prayer. Answers won't smooth your button tonight. Quarter turn left. The blade settles into yesterday's groove as naturally as a key finding its lock. Steel whispers against ivory, peeling away fractions thinner than gossip. Outside, a nightjar's cry stitches the dark needle sharp, keeping time with your breath. Dorset wives once swore buttons carved during nightjar's song repelled moths. Your own buttons harbor 3 needle holes. No insects dare trespass. Rosemary oil seeps from the whetstone nearby, its scent tangling with bone dust. You rotate the disc again, knife tip tracing latitude lines only your eyes can see. Victorian factories spat out thousands of bone buttons per hour, pale imitations lacking this quiet communion. Your thumb glides over emerging contours, each millimeter shaped by agreement between blade and bone. A splinter stings your index finger, wicked little rebellion against perfectionism. Blood wells dark as pomegranate seed, blotted quick on your apron. 19th century surgeons used button shavings to staunch wounds, filthy practice born of battlefield desperation. Your cut deserves linen and a quiet curse, no folk remedies tonight. The knife dips, correcting a bulge near the southern edge. Bone surrenders with grudging grace, falling as powder-fine snow onto your wrist. Tudor apprentices sweated over such flaws, knowing their master's cane would find their shoulders next market day. Your only taskmaster is tomorrow's waistcoat, patient judge, awaiting its jury of 12. Full turn complete, the button now wears symmetry like a debutante's pearl necklace. Blade pauses, hovering, honoring the moment before commitment. 18th century button molds could stamp 10 blanks per minute, robbing bone of its slow confession. Speed murders artistry, leave factories to their soulless churn. Knuckle presses again, searching for deception in the curve. None found, just honest ivory warmed by lamplight and labor. First lords of Dorset wore bone buttons as sovereignty tokens. You murmur, voice roughened by hours of silence. Likely nonsense, peddled by tavern historians. But the notion pleasingly weights your palm. 3 more rotations, each shaving thinner than the last. The blade knows its duty now, dancing along preordained paths. You imagine Roman surgeons carving similar discs for shattered kneecaps, hundreds filed smooth in legionary infirmaries. Military precision with civilian purpose, histories wink across centuries. Wind shoulders through the workshop's eastern wall, fluttering lamplight into frantic shapes. Your blade halts mid-spiral as shadows pistol whip the walls. Nightjar silences mid-trill, leaving only the scrape of oak branches on slate roof. Elizabethan button makers nailed wolf pelts to their doors against ill winds. You settle for tightening your scarf. Silence reseals itself, thicker now, like congealed broth. The bone disc gleams, a tiny moon between your fingers. Blade resumes orbit, shaving micron by micron, reducing the disc's opacity to chapel glass translucence. Georgian dandies paid extra for buttons you could read love letters through. Vanity gilding practicality as ever. Your elbow knocks the whetstone, its rosemary scent spiking the air. Crosswinds carried such aromas to Saxon battlefields, where bone armor deflected swords until iron grew smarter. No armor here, just a button destined to cradle silk thread through seasons of embraces. Thumb finds the center, marking the future shank hole. All waits on its fox fur pad, blunt-nosed and patient. 17th century regulations demanded 4 thread holes per button. Standardization, strangling imagination. Yours will wear a single shank, elegant as a duchess's shoe buckle. Ear twitches at a peeling sound far below your boot soles. House settling, or perhaps the femur's ghost, saluting its transformation. Medieval butchers whispered psalms to slaughtered beasts. Absolution through scripture. Your knife's hymn rasps lower, but no less reverent. Blade lifts, final rotation complete. The button lies flawless in its cradle of shavings, ivory, reborn as artifact. Cabinet makers would call it in the white, unvarnished perfection, needing no adornment. Tomorrow's polish will wait. Let raw beauty linger for moonlit hours. Oil lamp, gutter spits, threatening mutiny. You shield the flame, hand cupped like a priest guarding sacramental fire. Outside, Rackham's inn dims its last window, leaving your workshop the sole vigil in sleeping Windham. The night jar resumes 2 notes higher, as if applauding. Your shoulders unknot, muscles remembering their flesh, not marble. Button making strains the body into grotesque sculptures, spine crooked, neck forward, eyes squinting at miniature worlds. Regency physicians, prescribed button makers' bends, lying flat on church crypt slabs to realign the humors. You opt for stretching toward the ceiling, vertebrae cracking like distant musket fire. The unborn button winks from its nest, already proud. Monarchs once melted down peasants' bone buttons to forge crown jewels, cruel alchemy disguised as divine right. Yours will never know such theft, only honest service clasping wool against winter. Teacup tremors betray your hand's fatigue, 3 missed sips cold as betrayal. Dawn's gray scouts mass beyond the hillcrest, but you bargain for 10 more minutes. The disc deserves contemplation, this small thing birthed from stubbornness and steel. Lamplight blurs, edges softening, as exhaustion stakes its claim. Bone dust coats your tongue, bitter sacrament of persistence. Victorian factories, banned water breaks, workers licking condensation from windows to survive 16-hour shifts. You drain the bitter tea, heroic dose of caffeine, staving off surrender. Button rotates under your breath, a final inspection. Perfection lives in the slight asymmetry, proof of human hands. Stamp press buttons might boast machine precision, but they lack the whispers your blade imprints in ivory. Fog shoulders through Wildman's hollow, white wolves hunting moonlight. Window glass beads with dew, prisms warping your view of high streets, slumbering shops. The button sees nothing but lamplight, its world contained at peace with its infinitesimal destiny. Knife rests, all-blacked edge-craving whetstone confession. You defer maintenance, riveted by the disc's metamorphosis from bone to artifact. 16th century poets likened buttonholes to islets to the soul. Such drivel sells chapbook still. Your button needs no poetry, its geometry speaks volumes. Palm closes around ivory, brief warmth before consignment to the felt-lined box. Heat was the missing ingredient, your fingers burning life into reluctant calcium. Tomorrow, you'll engrave star patterns on its face, galaxy, mapping in miniature. Tonight, it dreams of the ram's last dash through Windham's north pasture, hooves drumming earth into submission. Your spine uncurls, slow resurrection from hunched apostle of craft. Floorboards groan relief as weight lifts, boot soles whispering against wood worn smooth, by generations. Tools nestle into their alcoves, steel cooling into hibernation, until night reclaims Dorset. Oil lamp succumbs with a sigh, smoke ribboning toward ceiling beams. The unborn button glows, borrowed moonlight polishing its future. No saint's relic ever basked in such reverence, nor held such promise against tomorrow's chill. Wind sings through the workshop's cracks, cradling what once was bone, now becomes something other. The brass reservoir glints, a crescent of lamplight clinging to its rim. You brush the glass chimney, still warm where flames blew heartbeat minutes ago. 19th century workshops burned whale oil, harvested from oceans stained crimson. But yours holds humble rapeseed gold. How many Dorset widows calculated their lives in half pints of this murky liquid? The answer flickers, unimportant, as the oil retreats like a shy tide. Your fingertip traces the glass, stealing residual warmth from the dying vigil. Heat bleeds into your calluses, those leathery badges of persistence. Someone in Norwich once claimed lamp oil cured baldness, rubbing it nightly on sunken pates. You sniff your greasy knuckles, glad your hair remains rebelliously intact. Shadows deepen in the reservoir's corners, a starved halo shrinking minute by minute. Clockmakers crafted special wicks for bone button artisans, thinner threads to stretch precious fuel. Yours frays at the edge, charred soldier holding the line. Historians still argue whether Tudor England's lanthorn hour lasted 60 minutes or 90. Both would feel too short tonight. A draught shivers the dying flame, casting twin phantoms onto your workbench. The unborn button watches, smooth face catching fractured light. Regency dandies used lampblack to darken their eyebrows, vanity trumping the stench of burnt fat. You scrape a soot smudge from your thumbnail, leaving one gray crescent moon. Oil kisses the bottom now, thin as regret. Your sleeve grazes the reservoir, leaving a woolen ghost on heated brass. Whaling ship logs mention sailors drinking lamp oil during desperate Arctic winters, gulping down fire and nausea. Your dry throat demands water, plain and unburned from the cistern outside. The flame gutters, a serpent's tongue hissing final curses. Light recoils toward the wick's root, retreating from encroaching dark. 17th century laws find homeowners who wasted oil after curfew. No bailiff patrols tonight, just your own stubborn economy. Black fingers climb the glass, twisting smoke into arabesques overhead. You inhale the acrid perfume, burnt wick, and hot metal childhood memories of storm-cancelled fishing trips. Victorian street lamps leaked oil onto cobblestones, slick rainbows tempting drunkards to cannonball dives. Your boot soles stay stubbornly earthbound. Coolness creeps across the workbench, night claiming territory inch by inch. That button winks one last time, Ivory faint as old lace. Napoleonic prisoners carved buttons from beef bones, hiding tiny maps in thread holes. Yours holds simpler secrets, just the memory of your blade's insistence. Darkness pools in the reservoir's throat, a greedy pupil devouring the world. You fumble for the tinderbox, fingertips recognizing flint's pockmarked skin. 3 attempts birth no spark, strike fall strike, like courting an indifferent lover. The flame surrenders final bow before an empty house. Smoke rises, a gray question mark, without an answer. Georgian tavern keepers saved lamp soot for boot polish, alchemy turning waste into gleam. You lick your thumb, erasing an ash smudge from the button's cheek. Moonlight shoulders through the window pale substitute for flame-born gold. Tools materialize as silver outlines, chisel all knife, sleeping sentries around their ivory charge. Archaeologists debate whether Roman oil lamps had wick adjusters. Scrolls disagree, your own needs trimming tomorrow. You rise, knees popping like cork guns, stretching toward rafters where cobwebs sway. Cold air ribbons through your shirt, shocking flesh into full consciousness. Dorset elders swore lamp oil kept witches familiars at bay, poured across thresholds at midsummer. You trust your door latch and common sense more. The reservoir sighs, metal contracting as heat flees its bones. Your palm shelters the glass, one last transfer of warmth. Whale oil lamps once lit Parliament, scent so cloying MPs, debated with scented handkerchiefs pressed to noses. Rapeseed smells like fried disappointment, but it's yours. Shadows swallow half the room now. Familiar shapes become strangers. Button hides in the gloom, a secret kept from moonlight. 18th century surgeons operated by lamplight, speed crucial before the oil failed. Your own cuts wait for dawn, patient and precise. You lift the chimney, careful as a bird's nest thief, setting it aside with a dull clink. Wick stump bristles, a beheaded sunflower stem, still radiating ancient summers pressed into oil. Some mad Tudor apothecary prescribed lamp fuel for melancholy, 3 drops in morning ale. You prefer the remedy brewing in your teapot. Moon kisses the empty reservoir, revealing sediment like coffee grounds at its base. Tomorrow's problem, cleaning gritty dregs from curved glass. Pirates filtered oil through silk stockings, stolen from passengers, to remove whale blubber chunks. Your strainer's just cheap muslin, but it never complains. Cold blooms along your spine, night's fingers tracing vertebrae. The button has vanished entirely now, hidden in its felt-lined cradle. Victorian factories, burned lamps, 20 hours. A day, windows streaked with perpetual grease. Your single flame feels almost virtuous in comparison. Your thumbnail tests the wick's crust, carbon flakes drifting like black snow. Coachmen reused dead wicks as horse liniment, treating hoof rot with oily bandages. You brush debris into a waiting tin, tomorrow's kindling for reluctant embers. Darkness completes its conquest, bench tools dissolving into nothingness. Only memory guides your hand as you retrieve the oil bottle. Glass clinks against brass, a toast to postpone chores. Elizabethan lamp oil cost 6 pence per pint, equal to a farmhand's daily bread. Your Your stash came cheaper, but still weighs heavy in the accounts. The pour whispers, liquid shadow, refilling the reservoir's hunger. It drinks deep, swallowing rapeseed gold without thanks. Historians still argue whether street lamps reduced crime or just moved it elsewhere. Your small circle of light defends nothing but solitude. You leave the wick untrimmed, indulgent rebellion against efficiency. Let it smoke a little, the button won't mind. Sailors believed untrimmed wicks predicted storms, charred threads reading fate in their twists. Dorset, weather needs no omens, rain comes when it pleases. A moth brushes your ear, drawn by extinct flame. Wings whisper secrets against stubble piloting by extinct stars. Lepidopterists once fried moths in lamp oil to preserve their colors, beauty fixed through combustion. You shoo it toward the window, live wings beating towards moonlight. Last task, wiping the glass clean with hempen cloth. Chimney meets brass collar, click like a key turning. 19th century maids polished lamps daily, fingerprints considered moral failings. Your smudges stay, honest sweat mapping tonight's labor. The button exhales, or maybe you imagined it, settling into darkness. Oil waits patient as a sleeping hound for tomorrow's spark. One mercy of bone work, it never demands midnight attention. Your boot sole grinds bone dust into floorboards, ghost of today's labor. Outside, wind combs through Windham's orchards, shaking loose damp apple blossoms. Somewhere beyond the hills, a shepherd's lamp bobs, weak yellow, eye winking. You turn coattails, sweeping shavings into spectral swirls. Door latch lifts under practiced fingers, iron cold as a banker's smile. The workshop releases you, still clinging to the scent of rosemary and burnt hopes. Night claims the room, floorboards whispering complaints to empty air. In the felt-lined box, the button dreams of oil-black rivers, where light lives trapped in liquid amber waiting. Your palms face upward, moonlight traces the weathered landscape of ridges near your thumb. Those early blisters were craters, angry red worlds, erupting with every misjudged knife stroke. Now your skin resembles tanned hide, leather armor forged through 87 Dorset winters. Tudor surgeons believed calluses harbored healing magic, wrapping patients' hands in laborers' discarded work gloves. You flex your fingers, feeling no magic, just the satisfying tension of skin stretched taut over bone. A cracked knuckle catches moonlight, thin white line where sheep bone splintered long ago. You rub beeswax along the scar, ritual inherited from a mustachioed mentor long buried. He swore walnut oil prevented cracks, drank a thimbleful daily despite the gagging. Historians still argue whether Roman carpenters wore protective hand wraps. Fresco evidence conflicts with scroll inventories. You need no gloves. These calluses are your documentation. The workshop windows frame a star-pricked sky, same constellations 18th century navigators used while your ancestors carved buttons. Cold seeps into your stool, pine, planks groaning under shifting weight. That first blister formed at 14, hot needles slipping, burrowing under skin like a guilty secret. Mother poured honey over the wound, whispering Saxon charms against corruption. Sawdust ghosts swirl when you clench your fist, ivory powder settling in lifelines. Palm readers in Georgian London claimed calluses, obscured fate lines, charged double to interpret shadow hands. You trace the toughest ridge, 5 seasons thick, running parallel to your thumb joint. Victorian glove makers soaked their skin in alum solutions, toughening hide for ladies' delicate kid leather stitchery. Your own tanning came free, paid in pain and patience. Moonlight glints off a shiny patch near your wrist, new skin surviving its first week. Young blisters burst like overripe grapes. Old ones become hieroglyphs, recording each tool's rebellion. Medieval monks tattooed crosses onto their calluses, holy abrasions to prove devotion. You bear no ink, just the topography of 12,000 buttons. Wind whistles through a cracked window pane, icing the scar along your index finger. That gash came during the Great Freeze of 1885, when bone froze so hard it chipped like porcelain. Doctors wanted to amputate, but you soaked the finger in warm mead until feeling returned. Apothecaries once sold callus salve containing crushed adder skin, guaranteed to soften hands within a fortnight. Your trusty pumice stone cost half a penny. You press thumbs into opposite palms, testing give. Flesh resists, unyielding as oak, yet flexes when shaping button curves. Archaeologists found callus patterns preserved on Bronze Age tool handles, ghost grips from forgotten hands. Yours will leave no such trace, wooden tools too humble for future excavation. A loose thread from your sleeve catches on rough skin, unraveling memories of mother's final winter. Her hands, once nimble at the loom, turned translucent as onion paper. Rheumatism locked her knuckles, soldering joints with invisible lead. You warmed her palms by the fire, rubbing mutton tallow into crepe-thin skin. Blisters become calluses, become dust, she whispered, then slept. Rosemary oil perfumes the air tonight's indulgence to soothe the ache in your fourth knuckle. Whispered jokes in Dorset taverns claim button makers merry stonecarvers for the mutual understanding of stubborn materials. You sniff your oil-darkened fingertips, dating prospects, seeming unlikely at best. Your left palm cradles moonlight, silvering the callus, crowning your lifeline. Sailors called these rope galls badges of honor from weathered hawsers. Bone confers different honors, smooth buttons commemorating resistance, overcome. Roman soldiers hardened hands with vinegar soaks, believing softness invited enemy blades. Your battlefields are quieter, bloodless, fought one ivory disc at a time. Frost etches feathers on the window, winter sketching its own lace patterns. You blow warmth into cupped hands, breath fogging briefly before vanishing. 17th century coaches sprang leather straps, drivers' hands often bleeding through fingerless gloves. The wealthy wrapped blisters in silk, while laborers used rashers of cold bacon. You never tried bacon, waste of good breakfast in lean times. A splintered awl handle caused your deepest callus, rolled grain gouging flesh during that frantic Christmas order. Moonlight pales the scar now, smooth as polished horn. Historians still argue whether Eskin tribes truly dipped hands in freezing water to harden skin. Journals contradict, oral traditions disagree. Dorset's cold provides involuntary training, no dipping required. Your right thumb traces the whorls of its own tip, ridge patterns worn indistinct by bone dust friction. New constables fresh from London recoil when shaking hands, expecting a shopkeeper's soft clasp. Their confusion amuses you. These hands could strangle oak. 17th century duelists sanded dueling pistol grips, ensuring sweaty palms wouldn't betray them. Your grip never falters, except when recalling mother's last trembling touch. Knuckles pop like green wood in the hearth, 3 percussive cracks echoing off tool racks. Herbalists once prescribed boiled callus shavings for warts, directions insisting on harvest during waning moons. You trim rough edges with shears, not for potions, but to prevent snagging linen threads. Moonlight retreats momentarily, clouds draping the workshop in woolen gray. You don't need light to know these hands. Every ridge maps a button's birth. Victorian phrenologists felt calluses during examinations, claiming hardened hands indicated criminal tendencies. Had they touched yours, they'd lock you in Newgate for stubbornness alone. Frostbite nearly took your left pinky at 19 gloves forgotten during an overnight delivery. Surgeon's scalpel hovered ready to sever, till hot compresses revived deadened nerves. Now the nail grows crooked, slight hook perfect for digging out wood splinters. Russian czars wore jeweled gloves to mask laborers' calluses, pretending their parade salutes came effortlessly. Your hands hide nothing, declaring your trade to every observer. Wax from tonight's button sealing clings to your middle finger, peeling away like translucent snakeskin. You flick it toward the cold hearth, watching it land amongst ash constellations. Blisters once forced you to work left-handed for a week, buttons emerging lopsided but charming. Collectors now pay extra for those early asymmetrical discs, flaws transformed into value. A knot under your right callus pulses, reminding you of tomorrow's promised rain. Elders called calloused hands, whether witches, able to predict storms through phantom aches. Modern almanacs seem less reliable than this throbbing ridge. 3 drops of rosemary oil soften the protest for now. You press palms together, calluses kissing like dried rose petals. No lover's hand ever matched this familiar pressure. Widow Higgins once declared your touch gruesomely practical, though she still ordered 12 pearl buttons monthly. 16th century courtesans wore velvet mittens to disguise work-roughened hands, their patrons none the wiser. Your honesty garners no tips, just steady custom. Outside, A barn owl screeches, harbinger of midnight's deepening rain. Your hands disappear into shadow, still feeling the ghost of bone dust. Dawn will find them busy again, carving discipline into milky surfaces. Tonight they rest, transformed landscapes beneath Yorkshire wool blankets. Snow begins whispering against the roof, each flake a tiny mute button falling from celestial workshops. You pull quilts to your chin, palms cradling the warmth of your own breath. Calluses don't soften in sleep. They stand vigil, leather shields, against tomorrow's necessary wars. In your dreams, buttons bloom like lilies from open palms, ivory petals unfolding, ready to clasp the world together, one polished curve at a time. The chisel bites, pale curls spiraling downward, each shaving a whispered secret from the bone's memory. Porous grooves under your thumb remember meadows, saccharine grass crushed under some long-dead sheep's weight. 17th century farmers buried carved bone scraps at field boundaries, believing livestock ghosts would guard their crops. You blow dust from the button's nascent curve, watching bones past vanish into lamplight. Egyptian craftsmen boiled ox femurs for knife handles. Their hieroglyphs show butchers and carvers working elbow to elbow in Memphis markets. Your blade quiets this Dorset bone, layering away its GRASSY Chinese letter, until only smooth ivory remains. Some say old buttons retain echoes of their first wearer's heartbeat. Nonsense, peddled by Bath antique dealers to hike prices. You carve faster, drowning superstitions in crisp white spirals. A knot in the bone resists dense cluster where the animal once healed a fracture. Rotating the disc, you attack from the southern angle steel edge, singing through the trauma-reformed calcium. Tudor surgeons prescribed powdered bone as an epilepsy remedy, patient ignorance being their most reliable tool. Your knife transforms pathology into geometry, a flawless circle emerging from ancient injury. Breeze through the cracked window carries time and dung, an olfactory muddle of pasture life still mirrored within the bone's microstructure. Forensic anthropologists can map centuries-old grazing lands from isotopes in skeletal remains. You sniff the shavings, detecting no meadows, only the chalky scent of patience under duress. 3 shallow cuts define the button's rim, your whittling knife held parallel like a skater on frozen cream. Archaeologists found bare knuckles polished into chess pawns at Viking York digs, proof that boredom touches all eras. Historians still argue whether flint arrowheads or bone needles came first. A chicken or egg duel waged in ivory towers. Your work answers simpler questions. Will this disc fit a waistcoat? Will it last a London season? Fragments cling to your sleeve, tiny bone icicles melting into dust as you move. An old folktale claims buttons carved during a waning moon squeak when worn by liars. You doubt it. This ivory would have betrayed the grocer who shorted your cinnamon last Tuesday. A full curl shaving catches lamp glow, translucent as saints' fingernails in cathedral reliquaries. Medieval pilgrims bought bovine bone fragments, mislabeled as martyr remains to ward off rheumatism. You flick the curl into the clay bowl future broth ingredient, its protective powers presumably intact. Adjusting your grip, you brace the button against leather-wrapped vice jaws. Bone's warmth surprises, still holding some phantom body heat despite years buried in choxel. Victorian phrenologists felt skulls. You read femurs, tracing stress lines where muscle once hauled bleeding days uphill. Clouds shift, moonlight floods the workbench, revealing microscopic fissures in the ivory surface. You mix beeswax with wood ash, filling hairline cracks before final polishing. Pompeii excavations revealed similar fill techniques in Bronze Age fibulae. Emergency repairs after Vesuvius coughed warning tremors. Blade edge meets bone, steel whispering louder than the wick's hiss. Your hands translate violence into elegance, fracture into function. 5 more discs will sleep in oilcloth tonight, their grassy memories silenced under deliberate geometry. Rosin smoke drifts from the soldering iron nearby. You smell it before seeing the blue twist above your neighbor's barn. Bone and rosin share a creaky kinship, both tree and beast weeping solid residue. Alone in the lamplit circle, you carve past and future into one ivory continuum, edge by surrendering edge, until the button forgets it ever remembered anything but your chisel's kiss. The chisel still hums in your palm, its vibration fading slower than your pulse. Rosin's sharp scent claws the air. Your neighbor must be sealing another dubious clockwork hair. Night weighs heavier now, oil lamp shrinking into its own orange halo. Then, hooves. You freeze, knife edge hovering over sheep bone. Distant wheels chew through flint-packed mud, 5 miles off, but crystal clear in the valley's throat. Royal Mail coaches only barrel this late for admirals' letters or lovers' suicide notes. Your lamp flame leans northwest, tracking the sound's passage like a sunflower addicted to bad news. Leather traces creak under starless sky, 8 gallops to a breath, too frantic for cattle thieves. Used to be highwaymen would bleed horseshoes, nailing them backwards to confuse trackers. Tonight's rhythm feels honest, desperate. The whip cracks fewer than 3 times a minute. Official drivers flogged less, private contractors more. But historians still argue whether speed or thrift ruled the reins. Bone shavings stir in the draft your exhale, sends them fleeing toward the windowsill. 4 generations back, your great-granny swore mail coaches carried ghost riders after midnight, dead postboys finishing their last routes. She'd hide her buttons under the mattress when wheels rattled past. You smirk, smoothing the disc's edge as iron-rimmed wheels scream against a curve. Louder now, horses hitting the river ford. Water splashes silver where moonlight licks the dart's back, at least 74 strokes per minute. A London team pushing hard. Funny how the rich pay extra urgency tax Their urgent packets probably hold spoiled cheese or dull party invitations. Your knife resumes cutting, but slower, listening to progress up Chalk Ridge Road. Hooves bite softer here, loam eating their percussion. 5 heartbeats pass. 10. The valley holds its breath better than you do. Mail coaches used lime-washed hedges as reflectors, their bone-pale guideposts in moonless country. A lone bark shreds the night, that half-wild collie from Priory Farm. 2 more yelps chase shadows. Coach guards wore pistols loaded with rock salt, supposed to blind snatchers. Without murder paperwork, you imagine tonight's guard, some pimple-cheeked lad squinting into Hampshire-bound darkness, blunderbuss cold against his thigh. The highest hill always betrays them. Wheels skid on loose flint. A curse hangs in the air like rotten fruit. 1793 brought spring-loaded coach brakes, though most drivers still preferred swearing and prayer. Your thumbnail tests the button's rim. No catching, no sloppiness. Silence seeps back, milking the adrenaline from your shoulders. County archives list 3 coach wrecks near here, none fatal, unless you count 16 barrels of Portuguese claret. Bone dust powders your cuff, smelling of wet chalk and stubbornness. Faint now, wheel squeak reduced to moth wings brushing lamplight. They'll reach Salisbury by dawn, parcels crisscrossing England like veins under skin. Odd fact, the diagonal post used retired racehorses for Winchester routes, claiming thoroughbreds wouldn't spare speed for mere geldings. You count 5 heartbeats between hoofbeats, then nothing. Night stitches itself shut, loam and shadow reclaiming their quiet. Somewhere down there, a guard wipes sweat, a horse flicks ears at owls, a love letter shifts inside oilskin. Your blade finds bone again, the rhythm rebuilt stitch by steady stitch. The all-tip kisses bone, cool metal meeting cream-white surface. Pressure builds, a lover's hesitation before confession, then surrender. Dust spirals upward like smoke from a snuffed candle. 1 millimeter deep, 2. You stop before marrow whispers through, rotating between thumb and finger. Button turned 30 degrees each breath. This socket must cradle thread, not strangle it. Dorset's old button pits still cough up Tudor-era blanks, their centers punched square instead of round. Roman soldiers marched with bone toggles, though historians still argue whether legionaries preferred them over bronze. Your wrist tilts, carving twilight's arc into bovine remains. Driftwood-handled awls were favored here. Salt-soaked wood swells just enough to grip. Some village wives swore buttons made during harvest moon stayed sewn longest. Tonight's waning gibbous gets no such credit. Bone resists colder hours, you warm it between palms. That butcher's laugh echoes again, how he offered mutton marble for carving. The shank forms tiny throat for threads to dive through. 19 rotations. Since starting, you've forgotten to blink. Counterclockwise now, chasing yesterday's groove. 1 slip would pierce the rim, ruining 4 hours' work. Shepherds claimed hollowed bone buttons chilled faster when deception lingered near. Odd how superstition clings to practical things. Dust motes swarm the lamplight. Your exhale gives them new constellations. 3 more measured turns, heartbeat dictating pace. That male coach guardsman likely nurses blistered hands now, reins chafing raw skin. Port City's prized Dorset buttons smuggled them between wool bales to avoid taxes. Palm cradling the disc, checking depth with calloused fingertips. Smooth as a river stone, no snags for future linen to catch. Georgian dandies paid extra for pearl, never knowing bone wears kinder against skin. Rosemary scent sneaks back dried sprigs crumbled underfoot. Bleached sheep bone feels different from ox, less porous, more forgiving. English button gilds burned midnight oil debating ideal thickness. No consensus, only workshop tricks passed lip to ear. Your thumbnail tests the socket's edge sharper than expected. Beeswax waits nearby, soon to seal microscopic cracks. Craftsmen near Somerset added lavender oil to their wax, said it calmed stitch-torn fingertips. The hollow deepens 1/8 inch now, a perfect teardrop volume. Button guts cling to the awl tip, fragile as spider legs. You scrape them onto waxed paper. Tomorrow's broth gains calcium. Across fields, priory farms, collie howls at nothing. Lamplight trembles. Your shadow mocks every movement on the wall. They say French prisoners carved bone buttons during Napoleonic wars, trading them for beef drippings. Rotating, always rotating, spiral becoming home for thread. No button's perfect until it's rejected 9 times. Old workshop proverb. Your 5th attempt gleams, oil lamp approving its curves. Final inspection edge, socket, back face. Your exhale fogs the surface, vanishing faster than doubt. Tomorrow's waistcoat will never know tonight's pauses, the coach, the shaking lamp, the dog's interrupted bark. Calloused thumb rubs the socket's rim, smoothing what eyes can't see. This one stays. 2 barks pierce the fog, sharp as a tinker's awl, then vanish into damp silence. Your knife handle darkens, elm wood thirsting for midday's sweat. Midnight thickens like cold gravy left in the larder. Outside, the neighbor's collie likely paces wet grass, its chain clinking soft accusations. Village dogs once earned supper by guarding goose pens from foxes. English mastiffs even wore spiked collars during Tudor times, medieval armor against wolf fangs. Your thumb wipes condensation off the blade, streaking lamplight across steel. Folks in Chedworth swore black dogs howled before thunderstorms, their barks counting lightning's distance. Superstition claims a silent hound. After midnight means death walks nearby. Tonight's mutt disproves that neatly. Fog presses against the window, cotton wool stifling the valley. Blisters prickle under your left ring finger, the price of tight grips. Historians still argue whether night watchdogs recognized thieves by scent or just hated all strangers equally. Bone dust coats your cuff, pale as starved lichen. That half-carved button sits accusingly its hollow eye reflecting lamp flame. Georgian button makers bribed stable boys to silence barking dogs during moonless work. A door creaks 3 fields over, then muffled laughter swallowed by mist. Your knife rests, its edge kissing waxed paper like a hesitant suitor. Dorset fog smells different from London's. No coal grit, just wet earth and sleeping sheep. The collie's chain jingles once more, metal teeth gnawing at silence. They say Cromwell's troops used dog barks to mask their midnight marches. Your palm finds the bench's groove, worn smooth by generations of damp sleeves. Oil lamp spits, casting goblin shapes on the rafters. One deep breath fills your lungs with workshop ghosts. Pine resin, aged bone, last summer's hay. Victorian rabies scares made midnight barkers bullet targets. Tonight's peace proves progress. Sweat trickles past your elbow ignored. Button carving demands stillness, even when muscles scream for stretch. That butcher's gift femur seems heavier now, a debtor's ledger written in calcium. Your blade resumes its spiral dance, counterclockwise, always counterclockwise. Farmers claim fog muffles malice, making thieves braver and dogs drowsier. The knife handle drinks another salty offering, wood grains swelling like a grateful throat. Lamplight shrinks, wick drowning in its own wax. Tomorrow's walk will pass the collie's domain. You'll nod, it'll yawn, both pretending tonight never happened. Mist swallows the final bark, if there was one. Your fingers uncurl stiff as January hinges. Some village tales end, others just pause for breath. The last button winks, ready for its thread. Crimson light bleeds through the workshop's warped boards, painting your knuckles raw sunset. The blade winks, you pretend not to notice, carving deeper into the button's spine. Moonlight shouldn't slice like this, thick as butcher's brine, warming bone under your fingers. Your chisel hesitates, half-moon shadows playing across the workbench. Medieval artisans swore blood moons softened ivory, claiming lunar heat eased carving strain. A convenient tale, yet your blade does glide smoother tonight through marrow's milky heart. Through the cracked window, the sky hangs low, ripe plum skin stretched taut. Cows low in distant fields, their usual white coats dyed rust by the heavens. Historians still argue whether night workshops used red-tinted oil lamps or just waited for moonlit nights like this one. Bone dust glows faintly now, each fleck a dying ember on your sleeve. You rotate the unfinished button, its shank hole gaping like a newborn's mouth. Tomorrow's waistcoat won't care about lunar phases, only the smoothness of its fastening. Something hot drips onto your wrist, not sweat, not lamplight. The blade's edge winks again, too bright for borrowed moonlight. Bell towers claimed 14 strokes minutes ago, yet still heat pulses through the workshop rafters. Your elbow nudges the oil lamp, its flame soldiering on despite the crimson invasion. Ravens once circled Tudor slaughterhouses during eclipses, waiting for entrails to drop. Tonight's sky feels equally greedy, licking its chops. above Dorset's hills. A thin curl of bone springs free, spiraling down to glow on the floorboards. Eclipse or not, shoddy carving means hungry winters. You press harder, blade biting the button's equator, fighting lunar distractions. That Egyptian king's tomb curse gossip floods your mind, unbidden from last month's tavern talk. Workers allegedly chiseled warnings in bone dust under red moons. Yours just sticks to goose grease on your apron. Laughter rattles loose from your throat, sharp, startling a moth off the lamp chimney. But making lacks Pharaoh's glamour unless thread counts as treasure. The moon's staining your thumbnail now, a coppersmith's dye seeping under keratin. 3 buttons left, each needing 5 precise cuts. Moonlight pools in their waiting hollows, liquid rubies for paupers' ornaments. Georgian dandies would pay double tonight, thinking rouge lunar ivory held dashing properties. Wind stutters through the window crack, sucking crimson light into a gasp. Your candle flame recoils, casting 2 warring shadows from the chisel. Deep breaths. The workshop smells different now. Hot iron, wet clay, burnt rosemary. Every Dorset elder has a blood moon tale. This one tastes like Uncle Silas's ale-scented warning. Never trust a red horizon, he'd croak while mending crab pots. You wonder if he ever carved buttons by damned moonlight. The blade slips, kissing your thumb's callus, drawing no blood, yet demanding attention. Temperatures rising despite midnights grip your collar, plastered to damp skin. Impossible. Yet the bone fragment softens like warm tallow under steel. Press on the moon won't pay your rent. Another curl falls, this one catching fire in the oil lamp's gasp. No, just red light magnified through bovine calcium, safe as milk. Finished buttons glare from their felt-lined tray, each socket holding a miniature eclipse. Flax thread will tame them come dawn. Turn these burning eyes into humble fasteners. For now, they pulse guardians of the velvet night. Lamplight surrenders, winking out as the moon conquers your workshop. You flex cramping fingers, watching blood rush echo celestial patterns. Oak shelves creak, wood grain drinking crimson like sacramental wine. The blade cools at last, its edge faintly steaming on the waxed cloth. Tomorrow's walk to town feels miles away. Beyond this red-drenched limbo, Dorset sleeps beneath the spectacle, dreaming white dreams in a scarlet sky. Bone dust settles, final specks clinging to your eyelashes. The last button's shank accepts its fate, receiving the moon's kiss without protest. Somewhere beyond the hills, a cow coughs, the night's most blasphemous choir. Your palm covers the finished dozen, flesh eclipsing their borrowed glow. Warmth lingers not from the moon, but the work itself. Still, when you lift your hand, 9 buttons blink like lighthouse beacons through a sailor's fever. Oil lamp's brass base feels unnaturally hot, relic from a daylight world. Windows rattle as night tries to reclaim its proper hue. First birds dare question the sky, their confused chirps tinny beneath red's velvet shroud. Knuckles press against tired eyes, retinas scalded with afterimages. Your boothiel grinds a bone curl into the floorboards, pale, dust reclaiming its birthright. The moon's dominion wanes minute by minute, button by button. Fog returns swirling gray fingers through window cracks, diluting the sky's arrogance. Coolness blesses your nape, a damp forgiveness for midnight's fevered work. Tools huddle in their rack, sleeping now that the spectacle dims. Blade safely sheathed, your thumb finds the half-moon groove in the bench. Time stretches again, honest and dark, black swallowing the last crimson boast. Only then do you meet the button's gaze, 9 humble soldiers washed clean by retreating night. Flax thread glints between your fingers, pale gold as yesterday's sunlight trapped in spools. You pinch the end, twisting fibers tighter than a banker's purse strings, tongue pressed to teeth. Once, twice, the strand moistens enough to pierce the needle's eye. A minor miracle, given how knuckle joints creak like unoiled hinges. The first button waits bone socket gaping like a baby bird. Georgian dressmakers called this kissing the corset. That moment, thread meets fastening. Your father disagreed, preferring sealing the promise, a phrase smelling of oak resin and pipe smoke. Steam still rises from your cold tea mug, neglected witness to the night's carving. Needle tip meets button spine, gentle nudge through pre-drilled heaven. Historians still argue whether men or women stitched most historical garments. Dusty academics, ignoring simple truth, calluses care little for gender. They only respect stubbornness. 2 loops, wrist circling like a clockmaker's apprentice, thread crossing itself in midair. Cow hitch knot, farmer's solution for tethering skittish calves. Your thumbnail rams the twist tight, secure enough to outlive fashion itself. Sailors swore knots tied during waning moons held better superstitious lot, though your father adopted their methods without apology. Damp linen thread drinks beeswax from the tin, your palm warming the lump like sacramental bread. 17th century chandlers traded waxed thread for bone scraps, each strand burnished to repel moths. Tonight's batch smells faintly of honeycomb and last Tuesday's mutton stew. The needle wriggles, resisting the second button's aperture. You spit profane baptism, twisting the tip until bone yields. Buttonholes on Lord Digby's waistcoat ripped during a duel, did you know, stitched too loose for dodging bullets. His opponent's thread, they say, snapped clean through mid-parry. Another loop, another twist, your fingers remembering muscle better than mind does. Dorset fog slinks through window cracks, diluting the oil lamp's halo around your work. 3 buttons anchor themselves now, soldiers guarding an invisible front line against wardrobe disasters. Thread pulls taut, singing a thin note only craftsmen hear. Victorian workhouses punished girls for uneven tension, measuring stitches with prison guard precision. Your own rhythm flows looser, generous, like pouring cider for thirsty friends. Your thumb finds yesterday's blister, now a leathery badge. 18th century diaries mention button thread infused with mercury, supposed to prevent rot. Quacks sold it draped in velvet, never warning how shiners crumbled into poison dust. 4 buttons secured, their shanks sporting tidy flaxen pigtails. You snort, imagining them queuing for a country dance. The needle stabs air, accusing, before diving into number 5's embrace. Rosemary sprig above the window shrivels, its scent fading since midnight. Still, a crushed leaf between fingers oils the thread. Old nuns sold herb-scented floss, claiming piety through lavender fumes, sharp profit masked as salvation. 6 knots now, each tug vibrating up your forearm. Dawn stains the workshop floor, pale cousin to last night's bloody spectacle. Needlework lacks moon carving's drama, but wins wars against drafty britches. Your elbow knocks the tea mug, cold liquid pooling around bone scraps. No matter, the store river will drink anything come washing day. 7th button accepts its flaxen leash, placid as a milk-sleep calf. Fingers cramp, pausing to press knuckles against cheek warmth. Regency tailors hid coded messages in button thread, or so drunk archivists mumble after port. Nonsense, mostly, though you once found a love note wrapped around a corset hook. Thread runs short, forcing a fresh length waxed and twisted. 9th button glares, last recruit in this linen army. The needle gleams, final thrust, celebratory twist, not blooming like a wheat stalk's head. Finished, you dangle the squad from calloused fingers. 9 bone discs swing, clicking like abacus beads made for giants. Dawn fully claims the workshop now, washing away candle soot and moon madness. Snipping excess thread, scraps flutter into the scrap bowl. Roman soldiers reused button trimmings, did you know, as kindling for watchfires. Practical souls, unlike those Georgian fools with mercury-coated vanity. Bowl tips, thread curls dive toward the cold hearth. Morning breeze plucks one strand, carrying it outside like dandelion gossip. Dorset light feels honest, now yellow-white, slicing through dew-heavy grass outside. Your palm cups the button chain, cool bone against skin, not treasure, yet more vital than nobles comprehend. Without these, waistcoats gape, dignity unravels, civilization itself stumbles bare-chested into scandal. The needle winks from the bench, task complete. You plunge it into the strawberry pincushion quicker than a bullfinch's peck. Its eye holds one last flaxen fragment, eyelash, of a finished chore. Wind sneaks through the door crack, tugging at your collar. Finished buttons sway, tapping out Morse code against your wrist. Time to bundle them in oilcloth, let them dream of tailoring glory. Beeswax tin clinks, shut final punctuation mark. Sunlight hitches rides on dust motes, gold flecks dancing above your bench. Somewhere beyond the chalk hills, a tailor yawns, unknowingly awaiting your humble infantry. Fingers brush the last knot, confirming its cowhitch grip. Decades from now, some second-hand shop boy might admire their resilience. Fathers teach well sometimes, when moons don't bleed and bone behaves. Damp cloth erases night's dust from the work ledge. Water darkens wood grain, swirling patterns like stormy skies over Lime Bay. You hum tuneless as the buttons nestle into blue cloth, ready for deployment. Outside, blackbirds resume their shift, scolding cats and milkmaids equally. Workshop tools slump in their racks, blades oiled, handles faintly humid from your grip. Bone dust settles, thread trimmings retreat. Day claims its territory inch by inch. Your boot soles scratch floorboards, turning toward the cottage door. Buttons lie swaddled now, dreaming of waistcoats, while dorsal spines relax under cotton's touch. Sparrows argue over crumbs, their feud older than buttonholes, younger than knots. Iron latch lifts with familiar protest, the metallic yawn of tired machinery. You step into morning, leaving bone and thread to their quiet conspiracy behind. Your palms cup the beeswax lump, yellowed relic from last summer's hives. Cold at first, then yielding like a shy lover, as skin heat works its slow persuasion. Thread coils beside the tin, flax fibers thirsty for that golden kiss. You rub the wax chunk, rotating, patient, until thumbprints melt into its surface. 14th century chandlers hoarded beeswax like bankers hoard coin, trading ounces for whole sheepskins. Tonight's block remembers time fields and clumsy apprentice hands smashing honeycombs. First thread length glides across the wax, fibers rasping like mice in drywall. Friction warms the strand, sealing stray hairs into sleek obedience. Historians still argue whether Roman sailmakers invented thread waxing or just stole the trick from Phoenicians. Doesn't matter now, not with Dorset draft sneaking under your doorframe. Wax bleeds pale gold into linen, a translucence like morning fog on chalk hills. You pinch the thread, pulling tight, feeling resistance build in your shoulder blades. Northumbrian beekeepers once shaped wax discs as emergency buttons, havoc when pockets met midsummer heat. Your own thumbs work faster, coating 5 arm lengths before joints protest. The tin's edge nicks your knuckle shallow cut, weeping 1 ruby bead. Cursing under breath, you suck the wound, metallic tang mixing with honeyed air. Georgian seamstresses licked wax threads constantly, scanning for weak spots with obsessive tongues. Your father called it sweetening the whip. That moment thread turned both tool and weapon. Damp linen drinks wax greedily, plumping like barley grains in broth. 12th century midwives swore beeswax could seal umbilical cords better than catgut, fringe medicine at its stickiest. You pause, rolling a wax glob between thumb and forefinger, shaping a miniature world. Oil lamp flickers, your shadow puppetry, amusing the cobwebbed rafters. Thread hisses through your fingers, continental soldiers once waterproofed cartridge bags this way. Field surgeons adopted the method for stitching wounds, followed by gangrene and ironic tombstone prayers. Sunlight remains hours off. Moonlight butters the workshop floor patience, wearing thinner than your wax block. Rosemary sprig trembles, its last leaf surrendering to draft's persuasion. Crushed needles scent the air, pungent ghost, distracting from tacked-on tiredness. Medieval tanners rubbed beeswax into leather aprons, protection against bloody splashback. You snort, wiping smears off your trousers, too late for such precautions. Third wax layer glistens, thread hardening into bullwhip potential. Calluses snag momentarily, rough spots catching fibers like thistle traps. One Tudor weaver allegedly strangled his apprentice with overwaxed thread, dark punchline to a safety lecture. The needle eyes wait tiny nooses, ready to clasp your flaxen rope. 3 threads brace now, twice their original weight, yet slimmer with compression. Near East merchants packed waxed silk in lead tubes, method lost, until steam trains rumbled. Your broom snapped last week, suspect timing, so scraps huddle miserably by the hearth. Knuckles cramp forcing a pause, palms pressed against wood's solid chill. Wax fingerprints mark the bench, ghost sign of your dynasty's industry. Some fool cartographer mapped Dorset as the land of bone and wax. Margin doodle in a disgraced atlas, tell that to the sheep shivering in pre-dawn mist. Dregs of cold tea baptize the tin shocking wax into milky submission. You scrape the last curls, reserving crumbs for tomorrow's minor miracles. Threads hang like jungle vines, swaying each one ready to harness storms or shirt collars. Buttonholes in Waterloo-era uniforms used double-waxed thread, complicit in armpit rashes, haunting infantry dreams. Pink dawn licks the windowsill, lamplight dimming before solar tyranny. Wax scent sticks to your throat, honeyed phantom, thickening each breath. Bone dust floats, golden motes in the workshop's last liquid gloom. Now, the final stretch. Threads straighten smooth, muscular, begging for needles to ride them. Your wrist rotates, counterclockwise, an ancient gesture older than spinning wheels. Wax whispers promises against skin, slippery lies that always bind best. Finished strands coil into walnut shells, nesting like drowsy hornets. Oilcloth wraps them tight protection against dust and meddling mice. Workshop exhales around you, tools snoozing, floorboards settling, wind humming through drafty cracks. Your spine cracks upright, bones protesting their long submission to craft. Dorset yawns awake, blackbird choirs, launching dawn's first gossip campaign. Wax clings beneath fingernails, amber trophies, thicker than noblemen's promises. Kneadings done, threads hardened into tendons, ready to fight gravity's good fight. You pinch the button's edge, threads taut as a sail line in gales. Steady pressure builds, a whispered creak from the linen tendon. Northern factories tested buttons with lead weights. Victorian efficiency made brutal ballet. This one holds, shank unbending, tiny rebellion against your pulling fingers. A crack forms nowhere near the thread, just cheap bone betraying itself. Second button takes the stage, your thumbnail whitening with effort. Eccentric collectors pay double for flawed buttons, claiming imperfections, hold ghosts of the craftsman's frustration, waste of coin. But Dorset ghosts need hobbies too. Third button dangles, thread looped around your oil lamp's hook. One smooth tug downward, gravity testing what pride might miss. Bone outlasts the wax strand, thread snapping with a dry cough. Historians still argue whether cottage button makers use their teeth as extra tools. Bite marks suggest either genius or desperation. You re-wax the linen tongue, avoiding the bitter snap point. Fourth button endures, waxed thread singing under tension. Nobody applauds, but the chisel nods from its corner rack. British Navy uniforms demanded 30-pound pull tests for every button. Admirals feared bare-chested sailors would demoralize the fleet. Your own standards lower, just enough to survive a shepherd's enthusiastic embrace. Fifth test ends fast, rotten bone shattering like stale biscuit. Rosemary sprig gets tossed into the fray, sacrificial seasoning for shoddy work. 17th century thieves stole grave bones for button stock. Skeletons found buttonless haunt museum storerooms. You pocket the scraps. Tomorrow's broth needs calcium anyway. Left palm faces upward, calluses mapping decades of stubborn craftsmanship. Thread burns leave faint stripes, pale insignia of near failures. That apprentice in Bristol swore he could yank buttons free with his eyelids, got sacked after the third popped eyeball. Button 6 balances on your boot toe, absurd equilibrium challenge. Failed or not, it rolled from a heifer's leg bone, stubborn till death. Rain starts drops drumming the roof, rhythm counting seconds until the button surrenders. Steel-shanked buttons survive longer, but purists claim bone whispers better. Cheaper too, if you ignore the splinters. 7th button passes, blister rising beneath your thumb pad. Victory stings, proof you've pushed past midnight's brittle patience. Georgian dandies flicked loose buttons into champagne glasses, toasts to planned obsolescence. Your work outlives trends, burial attire preferred by every corpse. Cotton rag binds your bleeding thumb, improvised bandage smelling of wax and defeat. Button 8 cracks clean wine stain pattern blooming across ivory. Those Reformation era nuns wrote prayers into buttonholes, tiny scrolls lost to sweat and time. Your needle traces the fracture, mending what can't be salvaged. Dampness seeps through the window ledge, wool sleeve sopping it up. 9th button endures 4 tugs, heroic survivor among frail brethren. Bone buttons killed the corset industry. 19th century activists smuggled weak ones to snap oppression's grip. Politics never crossed your workbench unless sheep have manifestos. 10th button snaps its thread, sailing into the dust pile. A moth dive bombs the oil lamp, suicidal apprentice to your frustration. Historians still argue whether the first button test was accident or spite, probably a bored shepherd with time to burn. 11th button used 16 thread wins, overkill choking its tiny eye holes. The linen holds, but the shank groans like rusty hinges. Museum auctions once paid £9,000 for Wellington's lost button. Your version won't fund retirement. 12th button fails, thread slithering free like a grass snake. You retrieve it, knuckles brushing cold tea forgotten hours ago. Surgeons reused buttons on amputated limbs. Gruesome reuse policy hidden behind linen wrappings. 13th button sweats beeswax under pressure, faulty curring, or poor luck. London factories employed children to bite test buttons. Tiny teeth marks still visible in display cases. Teeth ache just thinking about it. Jaw tension, becoming another workshop ghost. 14th button survives, barely wobbling on its weakened spine. Rag merchants collected shattered buttons for years. Pulverized bone built Amsterdam's first ice rink. Irrelevant, yet sticky trivia clings like sawdust in your socks. 15th button cracks so cleanly, halves mirror each other on the bench. One piece flies into the rosemary pot, unplanned herb garden dacre. Silk threads might have saved it. Too rich for your blood, too frail for honest work. 16th button lasts 3 tugs, heroic effort for a maple-shanked runt. Your grip trembles, not exhaustion, just the damp, cold, gnawing tendons. War prisoners carved bone buttons into chess pieces, desperation, disguised as gentleman's hobby. Checkmate tastes like bone dust tonight. 17th button actually shines under tension, your best work since solstice. Thread sings, bone hums, old wax holding like grudge in a vicar's wife. Tomorrow's waistcoat won't know its soldier's strength, but you'll nod at every tremor survived. 18th button explodes, pity flaw hidden until pressure found it. Bone shrapnel embeds in the ceiling, future workshop stalactites. Naval inspectors carried button knives to slash weak threads. British military efficiency with theater flair. 9 passed, 9 failed, fair odds for midnight craftsmanship. Sweat beads your eyebrow, threatening to christen button. 19 prematurely. Victorian etiquette demanded men's buttons withstand a terrier's tug. Fashion police with actual dogs. Final button, 20th, bears your initials carved miniature. Testing feels like betrayal, strangling your own child. Steady pull, pause, knots tightening, but holding. Copenhagen button makers worked underground. Sunlight weakened their adhesive. Crazy theory. Until labs proved it. Your nod comes slow, gravity dragging chin toward collarbone. Not pride, just compliance with tradition's silent demand. 5 heartbeats pass, room hushed, wind holding its breath beneath the door. 1 thread unravels, post-nod, sneaky defeat after victory's declared. Threads never lie, even when wax makes them slick liars. That phantom watcher shifts in the corner, draft rippling cobwebs like approval. Button box closes, wooden mouth swallowing its survivors. Oilcloth shroud muffles their clatter, final mercy before dawn's glare finds them. Floor sweeps clean failure, dust joining the hearth's hungry embrace. Knuckles stretch, a chorus of pops, each joint composing memoirs. You'll remember the 18th button's suicide audible lesson in fragile hopes. Every craftsman needs failures, keeps the ghosts from getting cocky. The lamp dims, oil exhausted, wick curling into black repose. Workshop exhales, spent breath, button dreams, settling into velvet-lined limbo. Dorset wind finally speaks, rustling through chinks, whispering 60 failed tests of its own. Your boothiel grinds a bone shard into powder, absence memorialized under leather. Shear handles feel warmer now, storage tin clicking, shut like a satisfied jaw. Pull testing never ends, just pauses, waiting for buttons to demand rematches. Bed calls, straw mattress promising false mercy. One glance back, the ghosts nod almost visible in moonslit shadows. You return it, equal respect between daylight doubters and midnight laborers. Door creaks shut, fresh blisters, throbbing psalms into the dark. Threads rest, buttons sleep, strength, now a tomorrow problem. Tonight, let the failures dissolve into dew-heavy dreams. Wind sings the final verdict. 9 held, 11 fell. Count carved into the workshops, sighing bones. 9 survivors gleam on blue felt, pearl ghosts, under lamplight's last gasp. Your fingertip aligns them, straight ranks marching toward tomorrow's waistcoat parade. Toughest buttons earned front positions, weaklings flanked by rosemary's scent guard. Bone buttons anchored Tudor doublets, their stubby shanks clinging through plague and feast. One carries a cowlick swirl pattern, your signature, since that whiskey-fueled solstice. Moonlight bleeds through the workshop's cracked board, slashing silver across the 9th soldier. Dorset fog licks the window, breathy spectator to this pitiless lineup. You rub a half-circle smudge off button 3, linen oil mixing with midnight's dew. Blue felt cost 5 shillings the yard, extortion masked as merchants grin. Pawn shops once displayed bone buttons beside wedding rings, equally hopeful collateral. Your thumb hovers over button 7, still warm from that final pull test. Cracked axles on mail coaches, scattered buttons across highways, fodder for magpie jewel hoards. The second button holds your first gray hair, wound into its shank thread. Vanity requires tiny anchors, proof of effort outlasting youth. Historians still argue whether Buckingham's assassin tripped on a loose button. Conspiracy tangles, tighter than cheap flax. You avoid button 5, its hairline fracture, only visible when moonlight strikes cruel. Bone whispers against bone as ranks tighten, soft clatter like distant dice. Some craftsmen pressed love letters into button backs, words dissolved by sweat in 6 months. Your secrets stay buried deeper, no vows stashed beneath waxed linen. Pewter button molds gather dust now, relics of a louder trade. 6th button winks, literally. A chisel slip left its center hole oblong. Town gossips claim leaning steeples mirror leaning buttonholes, architecture copying craftwork. Dawn wind nudges the lamp. Shadows stretch 9 soldiers into giants. then shrink them. Rumors whisper of a Dorset vicar's waistcoat buttons, each hollowed to hold arsenic powder. You test button 8's weight again, solid as Sunday guilt. Bone ash once thickened communion wine, sacrilege disguised as frugality. Azure felt drinks lamplight dye, embracing ivory like twilight hugging hills. Your nail flicks button 4, pure tone hums for one perfect second. Georgian dandies filed buttons to whistle specific tunes, aristocratic mosquitoes serenading ballrooms. One button rolls, escape artist betrayed by wonky shank alignment. You corral it with a flattened palm sheepdog squaring its flock. Skeletal buttons stare upward, tiny dead moons, awaiting cosmic purpose. Midnight cramps your knuckles, ironic payback for holding tension too long. Napoleon's troops lost buttons in Russia's frost. Clothiers blamed shoddy thread, tailors blamed cowards who fled buttonless. You lock the 9th in place, its ridge textured for nervous fingers. Candle wax seals fleece bales, bone wax seals dignity against unraveling. Buttons blur your vision, surrendering to oil fumes and eye strain. Britannia ruled buttons seas, navy uniforms, consumed millions, yearly farmers' hands fed that hunger. Rosemary spikes tremble in a sudden draft, scent sharpening the air like whetstones. Felt clings to tiny bone feet, reluctant to release tomorrow's soldiers to daylight. 17th century gravediggers counted coffin buttons, invalid ledgers hiding body resales. You lift the first button, reverse marked with soot from your furnace accident. Pearl luster hides under fingerprints your oils, painting ghostly whorls across ivory. Third button carries a grudge, an irregular edge gnawing at perfect spool thread. Queen Anne's parrots pilfered glittering buttons, courtiers bribed birds with sugared walnuts for returns. 9 witnesses to tonight's wars, 9 verdicts on your blade's precision. Hostler boys strung buttons as pretend coins hunger for currency, starting young. Button 2 rocks a slightly telltale tilt, cursed from the shaping knife's distraction. Cold seeps through floorboards, frost salting your boot soles as you stand. Historians still argue whether medieval archers sewed buttons inside gloves, thumb traction, or prayer talismans. You'll never ask. Some mysteries guard their answers jealously. Whisk broom gathers fallen dust, bone snow, disappearing into the hearth's black gullet. 9 soldiers brace for duty, pearl guardians, against the coming light. Your palms cover them briefly, giving warmth stolen from tired blood. Night's hush thickens, wind strangles itself outside the door latch. Last glance shows the 7th button glinting, cheeky survivor of your knife's reckless slip. Bone outlasts flesh, buttons outlast names, tomorrow outlasts every tonight. Floorboard creaks, your weight shifting toward bed, yet the soldiers hold their salute. Oilcloth whispers promises before you drape it, velvet shroud muffling their readiness. One button's shadow stretches long, thin finger pointing toward unmade sunrise. Key turns, iron shriek, startling moths off the ceiling beams. 9 verdicts wait beneath blue cloth, Dorset sheep's ghosts, staring toward dawn's court. The house settles, your heel grinds bone grit, tomorrow's polish, already whispering from the felt's warm dark. Oilcloth unfolds with a crackle, linseed perfume, rising to challenge lamp smoke. Dawn hides beyond Dorset's hills, but you feel its approach in your knuckles. 9 soldiers stare up from blue felt, patient as headstones. Wrapping buttons isn't relic work. London haberdasheries still use this method when shipping ivory chess sets. You stroke the oilcloth's inner skin, cool wax under fingerprints, still warm from button handling. Each disc gets nested in its own square, no touch between neighbors. Victorians tucked love notes beneath oilcloth layers, their sweet talk souring when glue ate the ink. Your only inscription, the pressure mark left last winter when an ill-tempered horseshoe pinched the fabric. First button slides home, the one with your gray hair coiled in its shank. Bone grumbles against waxed canvas, protesting its velvet demotion. Light fingers make tight cocoons, each twist memorized from sneaking honeycomb as a child. Fold east, then west, north pleat tucked under southern hem. Rosemary branches shiver above your bench, dried sprigs hung to mock hungry moths. You press their leaves between oilcloth corners, green dust imprinting ghostly armor. Sailors swore oilcloth hexagon, folds repelled rats, tiny origami fortresses against the midnight chew. Your thumbnail creases the 4th package, sharp enough to slice tomorrow's sunrise. Button 5 hesitates, the fractured one flinching from your pinch. You cradle it like a fledgling fallen from its nest, palms cupped against lamplight's glare. Oilcloth accepts the wounded without pity or praise, its embrace democratic as churchyard soil. Historians still debate whether Sussex smugglers sewed gemstones into button parcels, customs, officers too proud to inspect peasant crafts. Outside, cheddar-colored moon bleeds into morning milk. Your finger traces the 7th button's lump, a calcium tumor that resisted the lathe. Bone remembers its bloodstream secret maps of bovine struggles and grassy feasts. You wrap it quick, imprisoning its private ache beneath orderly linen and wax. Wrinkles plague the 9th fold, your 4th attempt still puckering like a poisoned lip. So be it. Flaws foil thieving eyes. Auctioneers once appraised oilcloth creases, predicting which noble heirs would drunkenly pawn their ancestors' buttons. You rub the offended flap, vinegar from yesterday's pickling jars, slick under your thumb. 2nd button jingles its wonky shank, loose soldier begging for campaign. Linen thread sutures its wobble swift corset tightness before the shroud. When starving Irish mothers sewed buttons to children's coats, the poorest used woven hair, knots straining against survival's pull. Your waxed strand bites deep, forgiving no weakness before dawn's inspection. Beneath the bench, boot leather groans against stone flags. Oilcloth bundles line up 9 tiny palanquins for slumbering princelings. Tudor kings stored cloak fasteners in lead caskets. Convinced dampness bred treacherous tarnish, as if rot cared about royal thread. Your paper-wrapped legion costs nothing yet fights neglect as fiercely as any crown jewel. Felt releases its charges reluctantly, blue fibers clinging to button backs like widows' farewells. You peel them loose, tug of war between tomorrow's duty and tonight's sentiment. Shippers near Portsmouth soaked oilcloth in brine, believing seagulls mistook button shapes for bread crusts. One gull's feast became another sailor's lost livelihood. The lamp sputters, weeping fat tears down its glass chimney. Button sixes, oblong wink glimmers, final taunt before fabric entombs it. Oilcloth muffles bone laughter, tight embrace, smothering its crooked humor. Costermongers wore wrapped buttons as necklaces, charms against vegetable scales, rigged by thieving guild boys. Center bundle bulges. Button 3 always swelled in humid weather. You sit on the parcel, using hip weight where dignity failed. Pope Paul IV wore 40 buttoned layers against assassination, sweating through holy vestments whenever commoners approached. The oilcloth compresses, victory measured in surrendered millimeters. Threadbare dawn claws at your windows now, timid intruder, repelled by stubborn lamp glow. Final inspection, packets drummed with fingertips like melons, judged at market. Good enough, flat enough, hoardable beneath floorboard cash, with last month's rent. Tax broadsides line that hidey-hole, useless parchment for button cradles. Your left palm cradles the pile, all 9 resting quiet as uncracked nuts. Oilcloth warmth spreads, friction's last gift, wrestled from tired hands. Rain starts needle drops pocking the workshop roof, drumming urgency into your spine. Bone stays dry, immortality's cheapest trick against the English weather. Waxed parcel corners poke your palm, gently insistent as a debt collector's cough. You nestle troops deep in the oaken blanket chest, dry mustard powder guarding against silverfish insurgents. Georgian ladies tucked button bundles beneath mattresses, hoping to press fertility into unyielding bone. Key grinds in the chest lock double turn, biting rusted wards. Rain strengthens, drowning the latch's protest. Stubborn lamp flame flickers, weak monarch abdicating to gray daylight. You smear soot across shirt tail, finger painting an oily smear over keyhole betrayal. Cresset candles once guarded royal button vaults, acrid beef tallow, vapors warping the very treasure they shielded. Your workshop smells of bone dust and storm, honest stenches without pedigree. Boots map wet prints toward the door trail, evaporating between each step, mocking permanence. Fingertip brushes the oak chest lid last warmth, surrendered to lifeless grain. Oilcloth bundles dream beneath iron hinges, armed with nothing but patience, and your breath's fossil echoes. Dorset wakes, hungry carts drag ruts into mud, worlds spinning toward but needing hours you carved into tiny moons. Rain answers wind, you answer silence. Buttons answer nothing at all. Oilcloth stays mute, archivist of fingerprints and fractures, keeper of your exhausted dawn surrender. Shears glint, hungry beaks eager for ivory shards. Scattered bone whispers across your bench, discarded lives waiting for second chances. Dust motes rise in lamplight, ghosts of cows who once shouldered this weight. Each fragment remembers the blade's teeth, rough geography of ruined buttons. You separate splinters by size, thumb-sized chunks versus dust finer than hair's breadth. Rain still drums the roof, steady rhythm matching your shears' crisp crunch. Morbid task, yet comforting as darning socks. Toss the useless powder out the window. Joyriding wind carries it toward vegetable beds. Farmers swore bone dust, strengthened parsnips, walnut-sized harvest swelling to turnip bulk with one dusting. Your carrots remain unimpressed. Main blade bites a curved scrap, harvest moon reduced to crescent sliver. Celts boiled battle refuse for broth, believing courage seeped from warrior femurs. Tomorrow's pot will taste no different from last Thursday's. White chips collect porcelain hail in your dented tin pail. One jagged piece resists, bull-headed as its former owner. Shears shriek, earning a pause to flick lantern oil onto their hinge. Lamplight reveals honeycomb marrow, lacework left by forgotten bovine fevers. These spongy bits steep fastest, surrender flavor without prideful resistance. You crush them with pestle strokes, grainy powder puffing into air already thick with damp. Steam will bind these crumbs, transform grit into liquid gold for winter's weekdays. Hard splinters become toothpicks, patient whittling grants them utility beyond waste. Georgian street hawkers sold ivory picks dipped in clove oil penny apiece for gentlemen's foul breath. Yours lack perfume, strictly functional as chapel benches. Another skyward glance, wind battles the shutters, demanding entry like a jealous lover. Bone dust on your upper lip tastes of chalk and buried time. Toss the tin's contents onto scrap parchment. Fold sharp corners into an envelope. Tomorrow's dawn will find this package hung above your hearth, safe from thieving mice. Dorset's starving dogs scavenged bone heaps during bread riots, gnawing ivory buttons when all else vanished. Tonight's scraps prove no famine looms, only thrift stitching tomorrow's together. Tin pail rings against flagstones, empty protest after yielding every crumb. Your thumbnail tests the shear's edge, draws no blood, but promises threat. Viking craftsmen sharpened tools with urine fermented sting melting steel's stupidity. You prefer honest whetstones, no alchemy needed when skill serves. Stubborn fragment clings to the bench, calcified rebel against broom's justice. Scrape it free with knife tip, watch it skitter into chimney shadows. Some smithies added bone meal to mortar, swearing it bound bricks tighter than rumor. Historians still argue whether Westminster's walls hold cattle marrow in their marrow, gray dust swallowed by olden stone, unverifiable, yet satisfying to imagine some great bull's legacy propping up Parliament. Final sweep sends pale sprinkles into the stove's open maw. Catch yourself smiling, mad alchemist turning bone into broth shadows. Rain slackens, lethargic drips, replacing yesterday's fury. Tin pail resumes its post, ready for next week's born-again fragments. Shears nestle back in their leather holster, oil legacy darkening the spine. Tomorrow's task waits, innocent bone slabs, innocent of coming transformation. Tonight's scraps sleep wrapped in paper dreaming of steam's warm embrace. An eyelash of moon winks through rain clouds, pale witness nodding at thrift's worn habits. Your kneecaps crack protest as you rise, wooden applause for diligence. Bones have outlived their birth beasts, outlived buttons, yet bow to broth's humble immortality. Workshop sighs, resigned to another dawn's patient butchery. That stubborn fragment gleams in the ash pile, last rebel refusing absolution. Let it smirk, charcoal will claim it by Tuesday. The whetstone sits patient, gray tongue waiting beneath oilcloth folds. Leather sheath sighs open, revealing ripples of ancient seabed frozen in rock. You dip fingertips into the water cup, cold shock against calluses. Then let the drops fall. Blade meets stone, steel murmuring its relief. 3 slow circles clockwise, wearing down the day's dullness. In Parisian cutler shops, apprentices sang grinding songs to keep rhythm, verse timed to edge rebirth. Your cracked hum wanders, tuneless as a stray goat. Shears rest nearby, still tingling from yesterday's meal of splinters. Another pass, this time counterclockwise. Water swirls, grit becoming milky tears. Rain's ghost coats the workshop, damp air clinging like remorse. Your elbows ache, knuckles stiff, from 9 hours shaping stubborn bone. Edwardian surgeons honed scalpels for 11 minutes precisely, skin parting clean as silk under disciplined edges. You lack their rigor, but tonight's cuts ask no perfection. Hone, drag, hiss, breathe. Lamplight flirts with the blade's bevel, teasing out silver ribbons. A gunmetal sheen emerges, truth hidden beneath labor's haze. Folklore claims Scottish whetstones bleed pink, if used before dawn, greeting the blade with ghostly sunrise. Yours stays gray, devoted journal keeper of every nick's confession. Wrist pivots, edge lifting on the upstroke, flecks of bone still hide near the tang, ivory ghosts haunting steel. Historians still argue whether Damascus blades sang during sharpening, liquid notes rising from their watery dance. You hear only skates' teeth on ice, winter's whisper, dragged across stone. Palm checks the edge, not with skin, but intuition. Chevron patterns bloom microscopic valleys, your thumbnail reads like braille. Victorian barbers tested their razors on soap bubbles, floating spheres sliced silent as moonfall. Your thumbprint parts, untouched, silent witness to metal's resurrection. One last drizzle, water pooling in the stone's dimples. Byzantine generals supposedly carried pocket whetstones. Testing recruits swords mid-conversation to judge discipline. Your cracked slab lacks such ambition. Earthbound servant to button-scarred blades. Striped, slurry coats, the stone now graphite constellations on lunar gray. You strop the blade on old denim, 10 practiced pulls, tying steel to cloth. Ancient Persians used gazelle leather for final honing, swearing the hides held desert wind's urgency. Your frayed apron strap suffices, friction building warmth inside the metal. Tools watch from their oak rack, siblings waiting their turn. None complain knives understand waiting. Some 18th century Sheffield grindstones ran non-stop, waterwheel grooves worn deep as grief by endless hunger for edges. Yours naps between uses, a privileged retirement. Fog presses against the window, white breath smearing the glass. Steel cools under your touch, no longer hungry. Folks still whisper about Winchester cathedrals, hidden whetstone, consecrated by saintly hands, refusing to sharpen bloodthirsty blades. Your tools bear only mute animal bone, guiltless as fallen leaves. Shears request attention next, joints stiff from yesterday's triumph over scraps. Oil spreads across their hinge, amber blush in lantern's blush. One artisan in Montpellier forged scissors from melted church bells, claimed they'd cut through lies. Yours barely conquer button discs. Knife returns home slot beside its blunter cousins. Whetstone drinks tonight's feast of water and weariness, thirst slaked until next summons. Dorset masons soaked stones in cider once, believing apple tart acids bit deeper into granite. Imagination fails, your nose wrinkles at sticky whetstone dreams. Finger wipes slurry from the stone's face, gray paste finding rag instead of floor. Brickmakers once kneaded stone dust into clay extra teeth for kiln-fired walls. Your waistcloth will sleep in the kindling pile, ash destined for garden carrots, still unimpressed by bone meal. Blade purrs when tapped, high C trembling in damp air. You hum lower, D-flat apology to the night. Historians still bicker over Stradivarius varnish, containing crushed whetstone grit alchemy disguised as music. Kitchen knives know better, singing simple truths in minor keys. Lantern gutters, flame bowing toward sleep, strop cloth folded stone wrapped. Tools snore in their cradles, half dreaming of tomorrow's bone waltz. Metal sleeps deeper than flesh, dreaming of mountains, unborn of ores, still drinking moonlight beneath untouched hills. Your workshop exhales, drowsy pupil blinking once before closing its eyes. Brass whispers against glass, thumb pressing the cap home. Flame drowns, blue heart shrinking to one resentful spark, then nothing. Wick smoke curls upward, gray as your grandmother's hair before the burial. They say Victorian lamplighters carried licorice root, chewing it to mask whale oil's greasy stench. You taste only ghosts, burnt flax, and childhood's extinguished birthday candles. Darkness swallows the workbench whole. Fingers find the cooled lantern metal kissing condensation from tonight's fog. 3 buttons shift in their oilcloth nest, pearl faces upturned toward dead glass. Across the Atlantic, Ben Franklin's library burned midday, thanks to a neglected candle, pages curling like black rose petals. Your tools sleep safer, no flames left to court disaster. Soot taints your thumbnail, shadowed even in shadow. You rub it against trousers, leaving one charcoal fingerprint on faded denim. Historians still argue whether Roman midnight oil jars held olive gleanings or thieves' lantern tallow proof lost in amphory dust. Tonight's lamp drank plain rape oil, 10 pence the quart from Cobb's Mercantile. Lampwood lifts away, revealing the charred tongue of wick. Cotton stem droops, exhausted marionette string. Folklore claims snuffing candles with fingertips invites hauntings, spirits drawn to flesh that conquers fire. Your callus barely felt the heat too thick for ghostly gossip. Cold rushes into the sudden void. Air puckers where flame once sipped oxygen, space grieving its lost dancer. You shiver, elbows bumping the empty mug forgotten since dusk. 17th century tomb carvings show skeletons holding snuffers, memento mori for those who feared eternal darkness. Your tool hangs plain, tinned iron purchased from a tinker's cart. Breath steers you toward the window, shutters still unlatched. Moonlight pours through the gap, bleaching oil stains on the sill to silver scars. Night insects drone, their wings thicker than any wick thread. Catherine wheel fireworks once lit Elizabethan nights, gunpowder sermons shouted over cowering crowds. Dorset darkness stays quiet, your small surrender unnoticed. 2 steps toward the door, boots crunching sawdust grit. Bone dust fans across floorboards, pale constellations under moonglow. Ladies in Marie, Aunt Net's court wore hollowed-out walnuts, holding lit candles, balancing flames atop powdered wigs. Your workshop lacks such madness, wisdom preferring one stationary lantern. Palm smooths the workbench's flank, dents memorized like Braille sonnets. Here, the knife slip from Michaelmas Eve. There, the teacup ring from the vicar's visit. 3 lives ago, this wood served as a cooper's bending beam, hoops forced into submission by strong knees. Your tasks ask less violence, only patience and sharpness. Key emerges from your apron pocket, teeth glinting malice-free. Folks whisper about medieval locksmiths, poisoning key grooves, vengeance against late-paying lords. Yours bites simple brass, no curses, just a click that hushes the room. Door yawns, revealing the garden's ink blue sigh. Cow parsley boughs under dew's weight, each drop a liquid star. Historians still debate if Bedouin star navigation borrowed from oil lamp smoke patterns, sky maps mirrored in rising soot. You track only the Pleiades, pale button cluster sewn onto night's coat. One glance back, workshop reduced to shapes. The button bundle hides in shadow, oilcloth gleaming like wet sealskin. Across centuries, lampblack gathered for ink, monks painting sacred texts between coughs. Your own blackened thumbnail seems inheritance enough tonight. Grass licks your boots wet and whispering. Honeysuckle overloads the path, scent so thick it sticks to your teeth. Some swear night-blooming flowers stole their fragrance from snuffed candle wicks, floral revenge against fire's assassination. You trade all sweetness for dry socks right now. Rook startles from the oak, wings heavy with sleep. Its cry shreds silence, night's fabric torn then mended. 300 years ago, London's ravens kept lanterns lit for corpse wagons, feasting on misfortunes you'll never know. Dorset birds sleep deeper, unedited by such grim duty. Cottage door stands sentinel, oak swollen with damp. Iron latch freezes your palm shock that outlives the lantern's warmth. 17 steps from workshop to hearth, you've counted them drunk, weeping, bleeding. Tonight, they feel fewer, legs eager for mattress surrender. Key grumbles in the lock, metal kinship with your lantern's cap. Forged in Birmingham, same as 1,000 prison latches. Yet this bite safeguards only bone dust and dreams. Those Tudor bastards made keys weigh enough to drown men in moats, paranoia hoisted on keyrings. Yours hangs light, ignorant of such bloody chores. Hearth's breath touches your ankles, ash and memory. The last ember glowers beneath gray powder. Cyclops, I daring you to poke it. Wells Cathedral once had a perpetual flame, fueled by monk's guilt, repentance measured in cordwood. Your fire dies unobserved, its sins only dry toast and boiled kettle water. Stair groans, no secret left in its timber. Handrail wears your palm oils smoother than any prayer bead. 32 steps, one for each button sold last market day. Count them every dusk, silly ritual, but sleep hides better in measured things. Straw mattress exhales as you collapse, wool blanket scratchy against stubble. Workshop smells cling to your wrists, bone and oil, and stubborn hope. Archaeologists dissect Bronze Age sleep pits, fossilized imprints, revealing left side sleepers, outnumbered right. Your dent prefers the right, depression earned stitch by stitch. Wind shoulders through the orchard, apples thumping earth like failed hopes. Night quiets, its own lamp snuffed by approaching dawn. The buttons dream beneath oilcloth, their tiny selves growing smoother in darkness, edges softened by lamplight's absence. Roof tiles creak, ivy tickling slates in the breeze. Every Dorset cottage grows a green beard, emerald scruff, hiding cracked cheeks. Your thatch went bald decades ago, slate replacing straw after the Great Fire of '83. Let ivy strangle stone, you'll still hear mice waltzing between rafters. Moon escapes a cloud spectral butcher, inspecting meatless bones. Window pane frost glints sharp as shattered buttons. Historians still squabble over whether Stonehenge builders packed lamb fat lamps, grease fires, guiding monoliths into place. Your ancestors likely carried moonlight in cupped hands, cheaper than tallow, if weaker. Pillow accepts your head, feathers, remembering some gander's scorn. Eyelids slam shut, workshop imprinted on their undersides. Lamp warmth lives there still, amber echo behind the dark. Sleep comes greedy, thief entering through unlatched windows, stealing the last wisp of wick smoke from your thoughts. Dawn lingers hours away, shy guest, avoiding night's farewell party. Wind hums through the keyhole, lost tune, even the rook ignores. Somewhere, a shepherd checks his timepiece, pocket watch gleaming borrowed moonlight. Your timepiece stains the windowsill, cobwebbed, forgotten happy. Breath slows, each exhale unraveling today's knots. Denim apron strings, tight shoulders, all surrender shape. Flame's ghost drifts through the cottage, cold, now harmless, as a snake's discarded skin. It brushes your cheek, chaste goodnight kiss, then dissolves among floorboard cracks. Button dreams vibrate through the pillow, subterranean lullabies, unheard by waking ears. They know the lamp won't witness their final smoothing. Night shifts their curve more than any blade. Ivory soaks darkness like dry earth drinks rain, swelling toward some inevitable dawn you needn't hasten. House timbers settle, grudging eclipse complete. Night guards its charges well, no flame left to betray where your dreams wander, no sparks to ignite unspoken wants. Only wind and wool and bones, slow song beneath a snuffed lamp's afterglow. Chisel teeth kiss oak grain, blade cold, now sweat and bone filings washed away. All waits, its needle nose nested in the rack's upper notch. Historians found racks like yours preserved in Pompeii, wood charred, but tool shapes intact as wax tablets. Yours holds no volcanic ash, just Dorset dust and Monday's regrets. Left hand knows the drill. Middle finger finds that dent where years ago mallet overshot its mark. You press the chisel home, tanged end slipping into its cradle like a foal returning to stable. 13th century blacksmiths swore iron tools absorbed their maker's breath. Steel, haunted by forge-side whispers, yours only holds your calluses, no ghost stories tonight. Now the all-sibling rival to the chisel's broad face. You lift it, forgiving the jab it gave your thumb last Tuesday. Handle fits your palm's divot, wood polished smooth by 4,000 turns of wrist. Tudor craftsmen hid lock picks in hollowed all shafts, thieves' secrets buried under honest labor. Yours stays solid, ignorant of treason. Oak rack drinks them both. Grooves dark with linseed oil and accidental blood drops. Scholars debate whether Iron Age racks were sun-aligned, solstice light blessing tools at dawn. Your rack faces the whiskey jug, more practical cosmology. Rub rag skims steel one last time, chasing water stains. Each wipe reveals the chisel's true face, gray and serious, the sarcastic glint gone with the lamplight. Wipe count matters, 12 strokes before midnight keeps rust at bay. Superstition or science, you've forgotten which. But the habit's roots run deeper than the oaks. 3 files nest below bastard cut, hiding between smooth siblings. Their teeth hold bone dust like grudge-keeping librarians. Venetians soaked files in onion juice to prevent corrosion, stinking up workshops for questionable gain. Yours smell of honest neglect and yesterday's mutton pie. Mallet head meets its wooden pocket, cork-lined to hush complaints. Hickory handle, still warm from your grip, angry heat from flattening that rogue button edge. Someone once wrote that Stone Age mallets were carved from mammoth bone, but you've only ever trusted wood. Grip it now. No swing left, just the memory of impact humming through grain. Punches stand at attention, dulled spears in a fortress of timber. Shortest, one wears a brass cap, homemade against mushrooming steel. 17th century duelists allegedly filed pistol barrels with button makers' punches, death and tailoring sharing tools. Tonight they dream only of pearly circles, innocent as daisies. Twist drill nestles upside down fussy uncle at family supper. Your thumbnail cleans spiraled flutes, particle by particle, until the helix gleams. Eskimo artisans used bow drills to ignite bone dust, fire born from friction and patience. Your fire sleeps under ashes, no miracles required. Square plots its corner of the rack, refusing to fraternize with curves, edge nicked from measuring 10,000 buttons, each checkmark a tiny defeat of chaos. The mystery of Mohenjo-Daro's standardized weights haunts archaeologists. But your square knows only Dorset's particular truth. Calipers hang open beak-like, waiting for prey that never comes. Joint stiffens unless oiled every full moon, which you forgot last month. Now they creak, song of benign neglect. Historians argue whether medieval calipers doubled as pipe cleaners, absurdity wrapped in academic parchment. You'll oil them tomorrow, maybe. Razor knife tucks itself away, sheep femur handle greasy with thumbprints. Damascus steel patterns swirl beneath the stains, snake scales frozen mid-writhe. Persians believed such blades could slice moonlight into ribbons. You've only ever cut bone and occasional pride. Cooper's draw knife, on loan from the barrel maker, leers from the far end. Its curved blade exotic among straight-backed relatives. Their handles barely touch oil and water kinship. Truth is, you borrowed it 3 summers back. And old Toms too, blind to notice. Whetstones crouch beneath gray tongues thirsty for tomorrow's edge. Top 1 wears a concavity, years of blades bowing to its grit. Vikings prized stones from Norway's Eidsborg, trading them like gemstones. Your stones came from Cobb's cart, 2 pence each, and somehow feel prouder for it. Breath fogs the rack, briefly misting tools into ghosts. You recall winter nights when frost painted them white, frozen armor daring you to touch. Tonight they stay merciful, to point not yet crossed. Thumb traces the rack's history, chisel gouges, and errant saw cuts, transformed into topography. 18 years of mistakes, fossilized here more honest than any CV. Workers carved doodles on Elizabethan racks, dick jokes, and royal slander surviving under varnish. Your wood stays mute its secret safer. Lower shelf holds the orphans, all strop gone bald on one end. Half-used beeswax brick, spare blades, wrapped in oilskin. Beeswax thumbprint near the corner, your daughter's tiny finger dent from when she visited the shop. Experts debate whether Roman children played with tools or tiny clay gods. No one remembers kids, just mimic daddies. Above the rack, nails hold 3 twisted wires, perfect shanks, rejected for invisible flaws. They glint like fishing hooks, traps for daylight. Tomorrow, they'll be melted down, reborn, or tossed in the scrap tin. No one writes odes to practice pieces. You step back, body listing, left from hours of right-side pressure. Tools blur into monochrome, shapes without edges, like degassed dancers after midnight. All present, all accounted for. The regiment retired. Floorboard squeaks as weight shifts, nature's alarm tripped. Rook answers outside, half-hearted protest smothered by fog. Damp rises through your soles, stone flags weeping silently. Palm brushes the rack, farewell pat to loyal hounds. Grain snags skin, tiny rebuke from the oak. They say Burmese teak forests sheltered tigers in their youth. Your oak probably hosted drunk teenagers and one very tolerant badger. Lamp's corpse cools somewhere behind you, brass contracting with faint ticks. Tools ignore its passing, used to darkness between shifts. Where your fingers grooved them, they stay warm long after you've left the room. Fingertips find the squat blue bottle, glass fogged from years of grip. Rosewater sloshes, impatient as a brook. In March, smell blooming before the stoppers fully twisted. That first floral punch, half garden, half medicine cabinet. Romans used silver collyrium pots to treat grit-filled eyes after battle. Your little bottle came from the village apothecary. 2 copper coins and a favor owed. Damp cotton meets the rim, staining cream fabric pink. You press just enough to bleed moisture, no wasteful drips. Remember great Aunt Maud calling rosewater floral lies that make truth easier to swallow. She mistrusted anything that smelled nicer than boiled cabbage. The cloth cools your knuckles first. Test run against parchment skin. Press the cotton to your right, a glacial kiss after hours of bone dust. Searing relief follows, heat surrendering to the balm. Some medieval monks believed rosewater could scour deceit from sight, made novices douse their faces before vespers. Your deceit's mundane, pretending sawdust doesn't cling to every blink tonight. Left eye now, squint reflex melting into gratitude. Red swirls flash beneath closed lids, riotous galaxies against black silk. Coolness sinks deep, chasing the last grit ghosts. Always the right eye that suffers worst, the one you squint through knife work dominant and doomed. Bottle's neck leaves a wet star on the workbench, shamed by your sloppiness. Thumb smears it into nothing, streak evaporating fast as dawn mist. Experts debate whether Egyptian coal pots doubled as ritual offerings or just held makeup for stingy eyes. Your bottle serves simpler gods, Today's labor, tomorrow's clarity. Second pass both, eyes sealed under cotton patches now. Darkness feels kinder this way. No accusatory lamplight, no half-finished buttons. Rosewater trickles toward temples, racing your crow's feet downhill. Someone in France once sold rabbit fat ointment as daisy balm, swore it cured night blindness. You'll stick with roses and regret. Lids flutter, testing the burn's retreat. Sting lingers as a memory, patient ghost, circling the iris. Blurry vision sharpens the oil lamp's corpse behind you, its outlines swimming into focus. Midwives used to wash newborns' eyes with rosewater, protection from ill wishes and bad air. Your workshop airs thick with both, but the ritual holds. Third dab for insurance, swiping lash lines, where dust clings like barnacles. Cotton fibers catch on stubble, tiny rebellions against cleanup. A Renaissance quack claimed rosewater mixed with mercury could restore youth's sight. Just ignore the tremors and drooling. Your remedy's pure, stolen from Grand's vanity table years back. Bottle resealed combatant returned to its shelf behind the glue pot. You inhale the leftover scent, suddenly 10 years old, hiding in her lace-curtained bedroom as she dressed for Sunday service. Historians found 12 rose varieties in Pompeii's fossilized gardens. Your nose remembers just one, the stubborn bush by her outhouse. Even your eyebrows feel powdered bones' final insult. Pink-tinged cotton balls the size of wren eggs before you flick it toward the hearth. Misses, naturally joining other near misses in the dust shadows. Tudor ladies tossed rose-scented handkerchiefs at admirers. Romance built on snot and perfume. Palms cup your face, heat trapped between skin and bone. Pressure points yield temples, confessing today's sins. Cool relief pools under your cheekbones, alchemy of evaporation and exhaustion. Debate rages whether Babylonian eye salves contained poppy milk. But tonight's relief needs no opiates. One last blink, hard to test the cure. Eyelashes sweep clean world crisp as a new banknote. Tools huddle in their racks, suddenly shy under your clear gaze. Sawdust motes drift through moonlight, lazy as billionaires on holiday. Left thumb finds the tiny scar under your right eye war wound from a rebellious button shank. Rosewater softens the ridge tonight, turning battle trophy into barely their memory. Gladiators used honey and vinegar for arena grit. You'll take roses over sticky mistakes. Lower lids still glow pink, drunk on floral mercy. Mirrors across the room, you've no interest in confronting the evidence. Cheapskate perfumers cut rose oil with pig fat Grand's voice, hissing that lesson as she taught you to spot fakes. Exhale rattles loose sawdust in your sinuses, half sneeze aborted by willpower. Ancient Greek anatomists thought sneezes expelled bad spirits from the brain. Tonight's spirits stay stubbornly put. Eyes water again, not from grit now, but the relief's aftermath. Salt tears chase rose, streaks down to jawline dual rivers of remedy and fatigue. Victorian chemists sold laughing gas as surgical rosewater, a floral lie for the ages. Distract yourself by counting ceiling beams overhead. 7, same as last night, same as your daughter's age when she first tried button carving. Moonlight stripes the 7th beam pale as uncut bone, quiet where the others creak. Vision blurs deliberately now, heavy lids descending for good. You surrender, face tilted toward rafters, letting rose trails dry into salt tracks. Farmers used to hang rose hips over cradles to ward off witches' gaze. But workshop witches are your own making. Final act, tongue-licking rosewater from upper lip. Bitter under the sweet, like licking a perfume counter's floor. Who first thought roses healed? Some optimist who ignored their thorns. Lids seal fully, no cracks for daylight or worry. Red swirls churn behind them, tiny galaxies nursed on sawdust and salve. Forgotten fact, roses grew wild over mass graves after the Black Death, nature's apology in petals. Somewhere below, the discarded cotton gleams like a fallen petal. Tomorrow, you'll curse stepping on it, sticky surprise at dawn. But tonight, it's a fossil in the making. 16th century grave robbers wore rose mask filters, fooling no one but themselves. Cool fingers rub sternum, one last itch of awareness before sleep claims its due. Heart answers, 2 beats for yes, 1 for never mind. 20 monks once transcribed rosewater recipes onto vellum. All died sneezing before the ink dried. Cheek meets workbench wood, improvised pillow for half dreams. Grain imprints tomorrow's check on your skin, good luck or punishment. Rose scent retreats, overpowered by oak resin and your own tired sweat. Wind rifles through workshop cracks, thief stealing warmth and scent alike. Lungs fill not with floral notes now, but honest Dorset night. 17 scents blended in Tudor rosewater. You can name 3, maybe 4. Teeth unclench, jaw slack as a broken hinge. Shoulders follow suit, carrying nothing now, not even the weight of watching eyes. One Victorian surgeon performed cataract surgeries with rosewater and fingernails. Success rate bloody awful. Pulse slows beneath rose-softened skin. Veins map roads to dreams, each corner labeled in bone dust and button wax. The last red swirl fades, swallowed by warm darkness, its complaint outlasted by Dorset stars. The pheasant feather waits in its stand, barbs fluffed from last night's dust war. Your grip finds the quill dense as a horse's tail hair, yet light as a dandelion stem. Tudor arrow makers would have killed for shafts this straight. Your bargain with a poacher cost 2 bone buttons and a flask of cider. First stroke across the workbench, the feather's spine glides through ivory powder. Dust clings, tiny snowdrifts caught mid-avalanche. 17th century scribes used goose quills to brush eraser, crumbs from vellum. Your workshop demands grander tools. You pretend this pheasant was royalty, some strutting monarch of the hedgerows. Second pass, quill angled downward to trap more powder. Bone grit whispers against oak grain ghosts of old sheep shifting inside Dorset soil. Someone buried a jar of pheasant feathers under a London pub, claimed they'd resurrect extinct birds. Tonight's feather resurrects only crumbs and dignity. The dustpan lies untouched. Why bother when gravity exists? Feather flicks toward the hearth, pale cloud catching ruby light. Embers hiss as particles kiss their glowing cousins. Venetian glassmakers used goose down to clean molten rod ends, but your ash pile makes a fine enough canvas. Third sweep spirals from bench edge to center, a careful vortex. Callus on your thumb meets the feather's ridged stem, memory of the splinter you pulled 3 summers back. Historians still argue whether medieval butchers financed the feather trade or just tossed quills to dogs. Moonlight finds the last dust streak stubborn as a beggar prince. Feather's tip prods it, a duel between barbs and crumbs. Victory comes swift, your opponents, but crumbs after all. A French artisan allegedly swept his counter with peacock plumes until his neighbors accused him of witchcraft. Shoulder pivots, dust arcs toward the fireplace in one liquid motion. Hearth greed drinks the white plume, your labor now airborne. Gentry ladies kept swan-down dusters to clean lace. Your lace is bone chips and old regrets. Feather rests against your neck, barbed kiss between throat and collar. Cool veins flutter with your pulse cheap thrill before cleanup ends. Victorian pen collectors prized pheasant quills flawed by buckshot bullet scars proved authenticity. Your quill holds quieter battles. Final inspection, fingertips grazing, would now slick and cool. One rogue splinter clings near the vice screw, punishment for your haste. You exhale, clouding the clean surface, then wipe it clear with your sleeve. Cinnabar miners faced lung rot your dangers, just dust motes and wounded pride. The feather finds its stand, slightly grayer than before. You tilt it, admiring how moonlight crowns each barb like frost. Renaissance pharmacists sold feather potions for insomnia, boiled gull quills in barley wine. You'll stick to chamomile and common sense. Hearth smoke curls, your ivory dust writing thermal prayers toward the flue. Boneyard confetti for the stars, or chimney soot, you're not picky. A pheasant's ghost struts across your mind, flashing iridescent greens long since faded from this quill. Cartilage cracks when you stretch spine, objecting to stoop labor's end. Breath deepens, drawing rosewater remnants, and night air into stale lungs. Dutch still lifes put dead birds beside crystal, their morbid beauty perfected by oil paint. Your workshop still life's simpler, powder wood and fire. Floorboards bite your soles through worn boots. Each step thins the space between rigor and repose. The feather shivers in its stand, 6 inches of order in a dust-streaked world. Archaeologists found chicken feathers in Viking blacksmith pits, proof that clutter survives conquest. Your shadow leaks across the swept bench, blotting out its cleanliness. Pause, watch moonlight reclaim the territory when when you step aside. A German guild once forbade feather dusters, said brooms kept apprentices humble. Your apprenticeship ended decades back, arrogance intact. Window rattles, Dorset wind hustling through the pane crack. The feather trembles not from cold, but kinship. All quills seek flight eventually. Let tomorrow's draft carry off another barb or two. Tongue tastes, workshop air, chalky remnants of tonight's button birth. Not quite bone, more like rain-soaked stone. Roman bakers find workers for flour dust thicker than this. Your wages face no such audit. Eye the ash pile where your swept dust settled. It dreams now with the embers, soft white on soft gray. Cobbler families once fought over button makers' bone scraps, soul stiffening versus spoon carving. Tonight's scraps ride higher, ash to stars, ivory dust preaching purity. One last run of thumb across polished wood, smoothness sings back blunted grain, no longer catching skin. Feather rests, you rest, Dorset rest. The hearth exhales your labor skyward, one graceful swipe traded for dawn's hunger. Your shadow stretches long across the swept floor, reaching for the workshop door before you do. Fingertips graze cold iron, the latch worn smooth by generations of button makers. Georgian's locksmiths patented this tongue-end staple design, yet yours lacks any royal crest. Just pitted metal faithful as an old sheepdog. Key emerges from your apron pocket, its pewter teeth darker than the new moon. Warmth still clings to it, body heat imprinted through wool. You press the barrel against your lips, brief habit from childhood, before sliding it home. Renegade bone dust powders the keyhole, ivory snow in a black cave. First turn meets resistance. The lock's winter grumble. Shoulder leans into the wood, oak, complaining after dawn to dusk labor. A London museum keeps a 1,000-year-old Viking key that still opens nothing, just like your regrets. The mechanism yields, clunk, vibrating up your wrist bone. Iron tongue retreats its rusted kiss, leaving the staple. Door exhales, settling deeper into the frame. Rain swollen, wood hasn't shut flush since the great storm of 12. 18 buttons you lost that month, damp, swelling their ivory bellies until they split. Key withdraws teeth, flecked with ancient grease. You twirl it once, catching lamplight on its chipped bow. Tudor jailers wore prisoner keys as thumb rings, massive loops declaring their power. Yours slips back to obscurity, nestled among thread scraps and bent needles. Dorset wind slithers under the door, licking your ankles with icy curiosity. You stamp once, startling mice in the walls. Tourists think country homes stayed unlocked. Historians argue about whether theft or trust ruled village nights. Your locks no ornament, bone buttons draw hungry fingers. Palm presses flat against the door, checking for tremor gaps, uneven against your skin, like the ribbed spine of a storybook. 17th century joists rarely sat square, men built faster when wolves howled close. Your wolves are sheep clouds grazing on far hills. Keyring's weight pulls your apron askew, two iron skeletons guarding emptiness. The spare's never been used, its teeth pristine as chapel vows. Bartlow's blacksmith forged it blindfolded, dared by ill-fueled gamblers. It opens smoother than the original. Forehead touches oak, brief communion between bone and tree. Resin scent clings, sap wept long before the carpenter's adze struck. Victorian craftsmen wrote prayers on doorbacks. Yours bears only a soot-smudged thumbprint. You back away, letting night claim the threshold. Lamp held high, its light paints the latch in gold. Shadow key duplicates yours, black metal against blacker wood. One drop of oil glistens on the staple, a priest anointing iron. Medieval peasants believed locked doors trapped demons inside. Tonight, you'd welcome the company. 3 steps retreating workshop, shrinking with each pace. Rafter cobwebs flutter, gray lace in your lamplight draft. Key presses into your hip, round bruise blooming tomorrow. Women once sewed keys into hem, seams hid them from press gangs, and husbands alike. Moonlight invades the crack under the door, slicing a silver line across flagstones. You match breaths with its pulse, inhaling ancient light. Scholar monks chanted over lock mechanisms, believing sound waves kept tumblers aligned. Your mantra's simpler. Click means sleep. Shutters rattle their iron hooks, dancing in coastal wind. You track the sound leftward, routine check before true dark falls. A Welsh village hung keys on church nails each solstice, offering metal to appease door spirits. Your key stays pocketed, spirits pay no rent. Lamp oils cinnamon reek mixes with sea air. Smoke tendrils skate toward stars, ribbon paths for weary wishes. Exeter's locksmith guild required moonlight testing. Claimed locks forged under stars stayed truer. Yours past clouded skies still holds. Boot scrape on stone, final punctuation for today's labor. Turning the cottage window glows, one candle left burning for your return. Archaeologists found Roman keys buried with infants, metal guides for tiny souls. Let the dead keep their iron, you've bones enough to guard. Path gravel crunches underfoot, each step sinking deeper into night. Cold creeps through wool, hungry for the warmth locked inside. You pat the key through fabric, confirm it hasn't vanished. Sussex wives swore on keyholes when lying, hands burning if oathbreakers. Your palm stays cool, wind steals your breath, making ghosts of tomorrow's plans. Behind you, the workshop lock absorbs another secret. Men in Dover prison etched diaries on their cell keys, each scratch a swallowed word. Your key stays mute and thankful. Sky's indigo yawns wider, swallowing crow silhouettes and regrets. Thumb finds the key's teeth, counting ridges like a rosary. Tomorrow's button orders linger, pale shapes swimming behind your eyelids. Turn away, the latch click still rings in your jawbone. Lamplight gilds the cottage, Dorset's iron ring frost-free tonight. Small magic, that warmth travels between thresholds. Historians still argue if peasant homes even owned locks. claim coffer chests guard it all. You know better wood holds whispers, metal swallows screams. Key meets kin, cottage lock smoother from daily use. One twist, all slick click, jasmine-scented dark beckons. The workshop key nudges its brother, two ice chips in your pocket. Star flicker through clouds, pinprick map of where you stand. Damp grass soaks your soles, earth pulling you downward. You linger, let the night press its forehead to yours. Iron cools in your pocket, biting through wool, drawing blood. Turn the latch. Step inside. Damp leather grips slick cobbles, each step threatening to skate. Moonlight glazes puddles, liquid mercury swirling underfoot. Cow parsley bows, heavy beads rolling down their stems. 17 paces to your door, or is it 23 tonight? Your apron hem drinks dew, dark wool creeping upward. Chill bleeds through stockings, that persistent Dorset damp. Historians claim Victorian walkers wore triple-flapped cloaks, yet your bones feel every century of wet. Left boot suctions mud, a greedy kiss from the path. Mist thickens ahead, a pale curtain strung between oaks. Its fingers slip inside your collar, hunters chasing workshop warmth. Right hand clenches, key teeth bite your palm. Folk called these hollow paths, sunken lanes carved by generations returning home. A rook's croak shatters stillness, wings thrashing in elder branches. Its beak clicks like your smallest chisel. You freeze, counting wing beats, until silence returns. 9 black feathers spiral downward, one catches in your hair. Grass whispers against your boots, secrets told in waterroot tongues. Each blade bent under droplets too stubborn to fall. Country wives measured dawn dew in thimbles, believing it cured freckles. Your face stays stippled and stung. Moonlight catches a snail's trail, silver cursive across stone. Your shadow smears it, erasing slower journeys than yours. Dorset mist smells different from London's. No coal bile, just leaf rot and sheep wind. Fenland folk floated lanterns on waterweed paths for drowned sweethearts. Your lamp stays pocketed. Let phantoms find their own way. Nostril hairs, stiffen breath clouds blooming, rook's beak imitation. That oak ahead wears mist like a widow's cap. Frost cracks under heel, 1,000 tiny bones breaking. Archaeologists found Roman hobnails along these trails, soldiers marching where your blisters bloom. Skylight bleeds through cloud cover, spectral ripples over wheat fields. Your thumb finds the workshop key, still warm from its lock. Some say touching iron wards off night terrors, your nightmares wear wool socks. Cow parsley taps your hip, each globe a dangling chandelier. Left foot finds a rabbit run, slick clay grabs your soul. Cursing silently, teeth clamp knee jars. Willow herb seeds hitchhike on your skirt hem. Something rustles in blackberry brambles, hedgepig or harvest mouse. You hum 3 notes, testing whether it flees. Silence answers your voice too thin for country ears. Shoulder brushes, wet hawthorn, rain shocks down your neck. Gasp swallowed, jaw tight, knuckles white around the key. Victorians called this elf dousing, more likely birds flushing nests. Slate roof gleams ahead, cottage hunkered against the hill. Its chimney smoke hangs lazy, gray rope fraying in moonlight. 26 steps, or maybe 30, legs dragging like rusted pulleys. Oak gate creaks, hinges singing the song you oiled yesterday. Iron latch freezes your palm, brief burn before numbness. Historians argue if villagers shared lanterns, or just stumbled home in shared dark. Footfalls soften on moss-cushioned stones, your private green carpet. 18 thyme plants flank the path, crushed tonight, scent rising like prayer. Honeysuckle slaps your cheek, wet petals clinging like leeches. Face scrunched, palm wipes the dew away. Elizabethans stuffed beds with honeysuckle dreams smelling like childhood summers. Your mattress holds straw and sometimes beetles. Small ditch slops between path and garden. Your boots breach its murk. 4 duckings last autumn. Tonight's water barely licks your soles. Mouse scuttle in the woodpile dry. Leaves betray its root. You pause, nose wrinkled ear, cocked toward ivy shadows. French naturalists claimed deaf mice chew louder. Tonight's rodent rattles like dice. Garden gate looms, its latch string frayed, but familiar. Fingers numb, fumble the knot, chin jabs your own wrist. Coastal mist salts your lips, North Sea's sharp hello. 3 paving stones, worn concave by generations. Bone weary, you skip the middle one, childhood habit resurfacing. Lily of the valley spikes whip your shins, spiteful little trumpets. Door handle glints, frost welcomed iron under your touch. Workshop key nudges its brother, twin ice chunks in your pocket. That wet wool reek rises, shoulders steaming slightly. Turn the handle. Step. The hearth greets you with a dying rasp, one coal glowing under feathery ash. Your boot toes sink into sheepskin, mud bleeding onto wool follicles. That last ember winks, a mischievous cyclops peering through gray powder. Knees crack as you crouch, palms held toward ghost warmth. Fire management, obsessed Victorian housekeepers, whole manuals on ash sifting techniques. Your fingers hover too tired for formalities. Some churchwardens kept embers burning year-round, holy flames smuggled home in copper boxes. You prefer letting things end. The colsitor leans against sandstone, its wrought iron handle bitten by rust. Cobwebs drape the bellows like lace veils. Spider tenants fled hours ago, taking their patience elsewhere. Historians still argue whether servants slept nearer fires or loathed the ember's dry cough. Ash smudges your thumbnail, ancestor of bone dust. You scrape it absent-mindedly against your apron hem. Dorset folk whispered that stirred ashes summon midnight visitors. Yet stillness feels safer tonight. No footfalls, but wind in the chimney. Poker lies cold in its stand, a loyal soldier dismissed. Your knuckle brushes the hearthstone's edge, still holding yesterday's bread-bake warmth. 3 cracked tiles frame the firebox, each handmade by a deaf potter in Paddington. They told children he shaped clay with hymn vibrations. breath puffs visible brief rival to the coal's glow. Knees protest as you rise, that damp chill reclaiming air. Lamp oil ran dry hours ago, smoke threads replaced by moonfall through warped glass. Old Martha claimed embers dream aloud, their crackles spelling tomorrow's weather. You tilt your head, listening. A soft hiss escapes the ash pile, secret shared too late to matter. Your stockinged foot nudges the fender tin, whispering against stone. One last spark flares, gold against your soul, then sinks into memory. That ember once ate applewood from Newton's blighted orchard, now just a charcoal ghost. Windows rattle their disapproval winds, elbowing through ill-fitted frames. The coal splits open, revealing a bright red heart, then grays instantly. You count 8 breaths before its glow shrinks to pea size. Smoke stains ripple upwards, edgelit by moonlight like storm clouds. Your chin dips, eyelids copying the embers retreat. Some said sleeping near dying fires invited lung rot, but Dorset drafts cure all ills. A log shifts unseen final sigh of sap surrendering. The room dims, shadows reclaiming corners your lamp once guarded. Blisters throb in time with fading heat, old complaints rising as warmth flees. You shed your apron, linen stiff with sweat and bone dust. It crumples near the kindling basket, tomorrow's problem. Nightgown hems lick chilly toes, the fabric thin as moth wings. Embers imitate stars when you squint, constellations winking out one by one. Cold air braids around your ankles, persistent as a needy cat. Historians still argue whether Victorian peasants worshipped household gods or just feared the dark. Bone buttons press against your thigh, the oilcloth bundle in your pocket. Their weight feels heavier now, asleep like nested birds. Your thumb finds the central shank on the largest, tracing its smooth tension. When the coal's eye finally closes, darkness tastes different. Cooler, cleaner, stripped of amber pretense. The cottage holds its breath, rafters settling into true night. Straw mattress beckons, its dent molded to your spine. Hearth's last salute fades inside you, flame sinking beneath fatigue's tide. Warmth isn't fire's gift anymore, it sleeps. Straw pricks through ticking like vegetable porcupines. You sink into the dent your body carved over 7 winters. Lanolin clings to wool blankets, the sleepy musk of sheep, still sweating summer pastures. Mattress stitching groans, a chorus of protesting hemp threads. Victorian laborers stuffed beds yearly with harvest leftovers. Your own holds 93 pounds of Dorset barley stalks. Fresh cuts were luxury, arranged diagonally for aristocratic spine alignment. You roll left, avoiding that rebellious spire near your shoulder blade. Moonlight stripes the blanket, transforming darned patches into silver continents. Goose down escapes its pillowcase, seam one feather tickling your eyelash. Some Edwardian insomniacs counted feathers to outwit sleeplessness. 98, 99, raptor plumes sneaking into batches. Bone buttons shift in their oilcloth beneath the pillow. A soft clack like molars grinding in a dream. Your cheek presses closer, listening. Historians still argue whether servants hid valuables in bedding to foil thieves or just grieving spouses. Cold air sneaks under the blanket's edge, frost's fingertips mapping your ankle bone. Stone hot water bottles lost their fight hours ago. Now just dead weight at your feet, slabs of Welsh shale haunted by fading warmth. Toes curl, seeking phantom heat in the linen folds. That hole you've meant to mend winks open, inviting a draft to knife your shin. Bed ropes creak, ship rigging in a phantom storm. You used lemongrass oil to deter moths last spring. Now the scent haunts every inhale. 19th century sailors stuffed hammocks with aromatic hops, claiming it bred dreams of Bavarian taverns. Your own nostrils flare at memory's drafts, pint-stained oak and pretzel dust. A button nudges your temporal bone, gentle as a lamb's headbutt. Blisters hum against sheets, angry bees trapped beneath skin. Calluses catch threads, snagging the underlinen with their lunar topography. Doctors once prescribed mattress turning for weak constitutions, 3 flips per week to confuse malaise. Wind scribbles on the window pane, I cipher warnings from the yard. You burrow deeper nose, vanishing into blanket folds. 6 generations of your family twisted in this bed, birthing, dying, dreaming of better straw. Ghosts stand room tax here, paid in midnight shivers and lost breath. Wool scratches your chin, the coarseness, a familiar lullaby. Historians still debate why Victorians feared night air, locking windows tight, despite chamber pots fuming indoors. Your own sash trembles in its frame, inviting October to scribble on your spine. Shelves whisper across the room, wood contracting in the cold. Jars of bone fragments settle their click language fluent only to mice. That hip joint from the butcher's yew grows velvet tonight, moon mad, or just moldering. Thumb finds the oldest callus pressing until pleasure blunts pain. Straw shifts beneath you, 1,000 golden needles rearranging their nest. 17th century sleep manuals advised lying north-south to align bodily humors, but your spine chose diagonal years ago. Fatigue arrives as thick fog drowning the room's edges. Bladder protests, but blankets weigh more than pride. Rain starts its Morse code on the roof, dripping through the thatch near the dresser. Tomorrow the bucket moves. Tonight you conduct water music from a distance. You surrender to gravity, hips sinking toward floorboards. Mattress sighs victory, capturing your shape like clay. Eyelids shutter vision, dissolving into floaters, red starbursts, ghostly button halos. Physicians blamed night vapors for insomnia, not unpaid debts or empty larders. Tongue tastes linen at the corner of your mouth, stale thread and salt sweat. Flax harvested during last year's drought, rough spun by a widow in Shaftesbury. Her loom still shudders in your dreams, needle clattering through bone discs. Hand sneaks beneath the pillow, fingernail tracing a button's shank. Polished smooth by 10,000 fingernails, tomorrow's labor already haunting your fingertips. Taxmen demanded buttons be counted as luxury goods. In 1843, tariffs paid in horn and ivory. Breath steadies drawing night deep into charcoal lungs. Frost feathers the window, ecological lacework only thaw can destroy. Dawn feels fictional behind miles of cloud, a rumor knitted by insomniac roosters. Your last thought tastes of bone dust, sweet chalky, buried beneath wool and weariness. Dorset spins itself into nothingness, straw, bone, and thread dissolving into murky warmth. Feathers drift upward, snowfall in reverse, your body now just borrowed earth. Sleep drags its net through murky waters, hooks finding every sore muscle. Buttons hum below your ear, a hive dreaming of honeycombed waistcoats. Moonlight leaks through workshop cracks, cold silver slicing dust motes mid-drift. Your oilcloth bundle drinks the glow 9 polished discs dreaming beneath waxed cotton. Farmers once worked by such light during harvest crush, blistered hands ignoring superstitions. Victorian law forbade moonlit labor after midnight, but your buttons bask freely tonight. A draft tongues the workbench, lifting oilcloth corners like a bored ghost. Dorset folklore claims buttons sewn under full moons outlast their owners. You've never tested this, yours will ride some banker's waistcoat, stomach stretching over gilt buttons. Instead, wind hums through thatch overhead, reed song pitched for canine ears. Somewhere a sheep coughs, reply rhythm to poplar leaves, clapping bony hands. Historians still debate whether bone fasteners declined due to fashion or just tuberculosis scared gentry. Your chisels sleep in shadow, steel gone blue under lunar gaze. Oilcloth whispers as you adjust the bundle, slight warmth lingering from your palm. Frost paints web lace on the window, vining toward tomorrow's thaw. One button rolls against its kin, soft clatter like dice tossed on velvet. 18th century gamblers filed bone, tokens into cheating dice, waited for midnight swindles. Your breath fogs the nearest chisel, frost rejecting even this small warmth. That butcher's femur lies fragmented in its jar more tomorrow when hands obey better. Tudor ladies sewed Dorset buttons into love tokens, stitching sweethearts' hair through the shanks. Fog thickens outside, swallowing fence posts whole. Moon shrink wraps everything now. Cold crisp edges on the whetstone, the broom, the stool. Your knuckles ache in memory. First winter's blisters birthed these calluses. A barn owl screeches, needle through wool silence. The oilcloth dimples where your thumb pressed hours ago, slow rebound playing out. Archaeologists found bone buttons in Tudor shipwrecks, still threaded with sailors' mummified hair. Wind plucks the door latch iron tongue, clicking against wood. Tools shiver in their oak rack, chisels dreaming of sunrise friction. That hip joint fragment watches from the shelf, moon-bleached patient as grave dirt. Cobwebs glow above the lamp, celestial nets hung by drunken spiders. You should sweep them come morning, but they've caught nothing but your sighs. Stonemasons whispered that bone dust mixed into mortar-strengthened church walls, fleshless faith holding stone together. Lamplight's ghost lingers, scent of burnt wick, haunting sawdust motes. Your stool still holds the dent of tonight's labor, oak remembering human curves. Historians bicker whether bone buttons were commoners' choice or aristocrats' morbid vanity. Mice scritch between walls, tiny claws mapping lath and plaster globs. Moonlight melts, butter pale across the floorboards, wife's gold locket lost last summer. She swore a pixie stole it, paid in cream bowls for 3 moons. Shadows stretch, then snap back as clouds herd across the starfield. Wool blankets beckon from the cottage, their scratch a language you've learned by heart. Frost gnaws your toes through leather, nail beds, throbbing Morse pleas for hearthside. The largest button winks center hollow, catching moonlight like a liquid pupil. Roman soldiers wore bone fasteners, polished smooth by marching against ringmill. You imagine one buried in Flanders mud, centuries scritching across its face. Wind sighs through keyholes, breath-stealing game from childhood winters. You count heartbeats between gusts. 1, 2, draft knives your collarbone anyway. That tea smear on the workbench glimmers, now Earl Grey constellation in miniature. Mother insisted tannins strengthened bone made you sip, while carving tiny tannin, soldiers guarding ivory. Oilcloth crinkles buttons shifting as temperature drops. 5 generations crafted in this room, sweat salt and bone chalk worn into floor grooves. Frost scribbles oblivion across the window, your breath, the only defiance. The moon drags shadows westward, night's teeth loosening their grip. Dorset wind tugs your sleeve, whispering, button maker, sleep now, your children are safe with me. Moonlight puddles around your oilcloth bundle, those 9 discs dreaming deep now. Dorset wind hums lower, tucking frayed edges of silence around the workshop. Your knuckles unclench slow as winter sap thawing, blister memories softening under night's gaze. Frost paints the window, feather patterns melting where your breath touches glass. That butcher's bone waits patiently, its stories folded like linen in a drawer. Farmers once whispered button charms into oak barrels, their hopes knotted with twine. The owl's cry stretches thin, snapped by cloud-smothered stars. Your stool holds the warmth you left behind, oak grain, sighing as temperature drops. No historian's quarrel reaches here, only the lamb's cough echoing through blackthorn hedges. Pebble buttons click softly in their bed of waxed cotton. No banker's belly stretches them yet. Reed thatch gossip fades overhead, thatching nails drowsing in their oak beams. You trace the hip joint lightly, palms remembering its curve from daylight hours. Moon slicks the whetstone, cold metal refusing its daytime song. Every chisel sleeps, every shank, every curl of bone dust at the bench corner. Your breath still keeps time, steady, anchored deeper than frost's bite. A last button gleams, its hollow gulping moonlight, condemned to outlast you. Dorset pretends not to watch hedgerows holding their breath, Stone walls feigning indifference, leather boots groan as you rise, floorboards singing winter ache through soles. Oilcloth dimples fill with shadow, slow erasure of tonight's fingerprint heat. The door latch clicks, iron tongue nesting in its groove, trusting you'll return. Wind herds you toward wool, blankets their scratch wrapping you like grandfather's arms. Workshop walls dissolve into dream fog, your children safe in their cottages. Buttons already dreaming in autumn coats, your breath fogs one final thought, warm ghost parting from chapped lips, before Dorset wind licks the coals of sleep.